So welcome again to Workshop 8 of the Charity and Justice Program. We are very close to the end. I applaud your perseverance and your dedication, your effort, your sacrifices. And thank God we are ready to have this workshop with a nice team, a team that you already know because we were together on January when we presented on the family, community, and participation. We have Rebecca Gifford. Rebecca is an oblate of the Order of Saint Benedict, and she has more than 25 years of experience in community organizing, and now leads the organization called ICON, Inland Communities Organizing Network, and is collaborating with the Diocese of San Bernardino in the Western Vicariate parishes. We are really blessed to have Rebecca with us. Of course, she has the credentials to do this work with us. As a doctor of ministry in Catholic University of America. So we really thank Rebecca for her support, not just to the Charity and Justice Program, but also to the Diocese of San Bernardino. We are not yet doing the translation, okay, because this part of the workshop is bilingual. So I ask Estela to be patient, and when I'm done with this introduction, then we will use the interpretation and simultaneous translation. Entonces estamos muy contentos por la colaboración de Rebecca Gifford para la clase de hoy. Ya estuvieron ellos con nosotros, ella y Mario Martínez, en la sesión de enero cuando hablamos de la familia, la comunidad y la participación. Y les recuerdo que Rebecca es una oblata de la Orden de San Benito, con más de 25 años de experiencia en organizar comunidades, y colabora ella con la diócesis de San Bernardino en las parroquias del vicariato del West End, de la parte oeste de la diócesis. Y ella pues tiene un doctorado en ministerio por la Universidad Católica de América. Así que estamos muy contentos que ella vuelva con nosotros en este taller, aunque en realidad me apoya pues casi en todos los talleres, pero particularmente en este otro nuevamente. And we also welcome Mario Martinez. Mario Martinez is a co-director with, together with his wife, Paola Martinez, of the Office of Marriage and Family Life Ministry of the Diocese of San Bernardino. Mario have been working with marriages and couples in several initiatives in the diocese, trying to also train leaders who will be empowered to support marriages and families so they can achieve their full potential. And Mario is working also in doctoral degree. And we are very, very happy with Mario's support and collaboration to the Charity and Justice Program. So también le damos gracias a Mario Martínez, a su esposa Paola, que son directores de la Oficina de Matrimonio y Vida Familiar en la Diócesis de San Bernardino. Mario siempre ha estado colaborando con nosotros desde que comenzó la iniciativa para el matrimonio y la familia en la Diócesis de San Bernardino hace varios años, y más ahora que la oficina se abrió a tiempo completo. Y él pues tiene iniciativas muy importantes para la comunidad que van desde los servicios de consejería hasta el entrenamiento de líderes para empoderar parejas y matrimonios. Damos gracias a Mario una vez más por estar con nosotros.
Okay, there we are.
Aquí estamos, ahora sí.
Well, good morning again.
Buenos días una vez más. Es un placer estar con ustedes una vez más para hablar de lo que a mí realmente me entusiasma. Es algo que yo realmente me toca el corazón y tengo gran entusiasmo por este trabajo. Y en su tarea ustedes van a poder identificar que es interesante para muchos de ustedes. Yo creo que
for the most part, we do most of our ministries because we want to help our families and we want to help other people's families too. We want to become, a strong community where family life is lived out according to Christ's teachings and according to what God is expecting of us, and also for us to be able to reach our final destination, and that's eternal life. So it is important for us to, for most of us, and not most of us, I think all of us, family life ministries and the things that we do for our own family. Again, we were able to identify this as well through your own homework. So we decided to, come back and tap a little bit more on what is the church teaching, or to not only the church teaching, but what is the challenges that marriages have, couples have, families have, and the church proposed efforts must be concrete to the realities of what families are going through. And Amores Leticia, you see in there's a handout number 2, that has a list of range concrete challenges that Pope Francis proposed through this document, and giving us the different themes in where families are struggling. Again, it's helping us reflect on today's reality, what's happening in our communities, what's happening in our families. And it helps us, again, get into a focus and concrete refocus to what's in our surrounding regarding marriage and family life. So again, you do have handout number 2. This handout is limited. Okay, we do need to understand that it's not every circumstance or every challenge that we might be facing as a community or as a family, but it has very, very important ones that it's interesting. I mean, we need to remember that when Pope Francis writes Amoris Laetitia, the joy of love, it's not just to a specific community or specific country or specific diocese or church or family. He's talking to the whole world. So at the same time, we could acknowledge that going through the different themes, these are things that are happening throughout the world. It's not just happening in our backyard. It's not just happening here in the United States or in the continent, but it's happening everywhere in the world. This is important to recognize because it helps us also be very intentional in how is it that we are developing our pastoral plans, and that we know that regardless of the different ethnicities and different communities that we might have in our own community, some of these realities, some of these challenges are realities to our families in our communities. Just recently, this past week, Paula and I had the blessing to share with the community in Peru. Through these virtual things, we've been able to travel throughout the world. And we were with the community in Peru, and sometimes, we would think, are we really hitting the targets of the needs of the families in Peru? And the reality, again, it is, because we have this beautiful document that speaks in general in many ways, but at the same time, we could focus in our own realities to give ideas or to, be able to go in a line or develop strategies or understanding some specific issues in families' realities. At the same time, we had the opportunity to speak with some families as we were having this presentation, and it's amazing that we do confirm that the realities that people and families are facing in Peru, which is on the other side of this whole piece of land, they're living a lot of realities that we're living. I mean, there's not a lot of differences. So again, we're all connected. We're all the body of church, and as we see the different themes that Pope Francis is reflecting on in the Amoris Laetitia, we're going to see that the body of Christ is suffering in the family. That's definitely a truth. However, we also must see signs of hope and renewal and opportunities that reminds us that families are not a problem. they are first and foremost an opportunity. And as we're going through this process, I mean, that's what we're learning, how to see opportunities in the middle of perhaps a crisis. So in response to these challenges, we are encouraged by, and we need to be encouraged by these opportunities. And it's not enough to show just a universal concern for families in pastoral planning. You know, as we're planning our ministries or efforts, it's not just, oh, I'm concerned about this, but rather we must seek new forms of missionary creativity. How do we become creative in doing our missionary work as we're reaching out to the hearts and heal the wounds of the families? We should examine how to meet the unique challenges that each family experience, including our own experience of family life. How do we meet our own unique challenges? Again, it's an opportunity. And whatever, you know, it's an intimate, our immediate or in our community. And we've done that, and I hope we do this as we're going through the process today, start seeing, you know, how do we connect this? I mean, I'm living in, most likely other families are going through similar situations. And at the same time, other families may be going through other challenges, other turmoil experiences that I also need to be concerned and also acknowledge. So, you know, oftentimes the witnessing of families is the best form of evangelization, you know? Seeing couples, I mean, seeing you here as a couple, your journey, for those of you that are in the journey of the diaconate formation. I mean, you, by doing this, you're becoming witnesses to other families and hope to other families as well. So then, again, the witness of our families are the best form of evangelization. Forming families to take part of the mission of evangelization of other families is a necessary part of this ministry to families. So as we're doing our planning, as we're doing our reflecting, I mean, it's awesome to get individual people, but it's also an opportunity to invite couples or invite families to be a part of our effort to make a change, a significant change for the lives of people in our communities. You know, again, becoming that salt and light in the middle of chaos, perhaps in the middle of, you know, things falling apart left and right. I mean, there's a lot of things going on in our world currently today. So again, by the grace of the sacrament of matrimony, Christian families are the principal agents, you know, of the apostolic, of family apostolics. Above all, you know, our joy-filled love and our witnesses of the domestic church is important. So in other words, we must start within, you know, and it's okay to see, you know, and be vulnerable. These are my challenges. Let me see if other people are also going through this situation, through this crisis. Or perhaps even in a segment of my life, I went through this. So most likely other couples in that same stage of life might be going through similar situations. And we could provide some kind of assistance or hope for them. So ministries should be prepared, you know, and enable, our ministries should be prepared to enable families and therefore to take part of their own role of evangelizers and to start evangelizing and catechizing within the family. So therefore we go outside to the community. So with that, I don't want to spend much more time. If you recall, we talked a lot about Amor Laetitia and what the Pope's saying and what the church is saying and the catechesis of marriage. We can always go back to these documents. But I just wanted to, again, refresh ourselves and knowing your interest for family life and to help families in many different scenarios, perhaps. We thought this was important to just get a refresher and now also continue reflecting. So the next slide, Jose Luis.
Mario, I'm thinking it might be helpful to show the list from Pope Francis. I can be prepared to do that right now.
Yeah, go ahead. That's fine.
Okay.
It's hard to see. Okay. So
yes, because so many of you were asking to learn more about Amoris Laetitia, right? And so these are direct quotes from Pope Francis where he recognizes a number of the pressures on family. So Mario, would we want to just?
I'm just curious if this was sent to them or has it been sent, Jose Luis? It has not. Okay. So no. You'll get this package. You'll get this handout. And again, it's a beautiful, very developed in how these different themes that I was talking to you earlier when I started our conversation of the different, different themes that are worldwide. I mean, it's not just here in our backyard. These things are happening all over the world, and that's why they're written in this beautiful document and being addressed. Most of them are from chapter 2, where Pope Francis focuses a lot on, the current reality of marriage and families throughout the world. So you'll see most of them that are coming from chapter 2. So, I mean, it starts about the individualism that we experience. Before it was just a problem of the West. Now it's a problem of the world. We're so inclined to just me and myself and I. And we don't move away from that. The powerlessness that we experience, the housing situation across the world, finances, migration. We see that with the new refugees that this war is causing. This immigration or refugee situation is not unique to just this specific war now. I mean, it's an ongoing, around the world. The situation with the elders, the culture, the current culture with elderlies. I mean, it's going across the world, and it's not allowing them to be, part of society at times. They've been marginalized, taken to the peripheries of our own life. And it goes on. This is very, very specific. Again, Pope Francis does tell us this is not just, here's a list, but it's not limited. There might be more to this list. And in our own communities, in our own family, most likely we will also find other areas that are, other themes that might be very important. But this is a good list to start. This is a good list to, if you're wondering what's going on in family life, what are the challenges? Again, this is a good list to start. And so then I should have, okay. So there's these themes, and I think we were able to give a glance on it, of them. We're not really diving into them, but from your own knowledge and your own experience, and even finding themes in your own family life or in your own community, let's continue reflecting. What do we see from Pope Francis? And just go to the one before, José Luis, slide.
Right.
Sí, Rebecca, tienes ahí el.
Oh, no, the slide with the questions. You were on it.
Sí, es para la reflexión en grupos pequeños.
So now we're going to have the opportunity to go with small groups and continue having this discussion with each other. And what do we see with these themes? And so which are these themes most impact your family and others that you know, and why? So I see the theme, I see this situation, this crisis, but why is it affecting me and others? And then what is their or your experience? How are you other impacted by these different situations?
Ya regresamos, okay.
Yes, bienvenidos otra vez. Welcome back. So we do apologize that you did not.
Graciela, sí.
We do apologize that you did not receive the handout. We were trying to get it to you through José Luis. And then you'll see the themes. There's quite a few themes, and they're all pulled out from Amores Laeticia, so you'll see the quote. And what should be amazing about this is that are concrete themes that, again, are affecting the family across the world. So it's not just us, it's everywhere. And with that, I wanted to now, let's reflect as a big group, or come back and
Ramirez is her name.
talk about it. So what stood out? Anyone?
I'll start off. This is Paul.
Okay. Yes, Paul. So let's just give us that. You're translating from English to Spanish, right, Stella? Okay. Keep going. Sorry, Paul.
That's right. I think that some of the really serious challenges in our communities right now are the finances. You know, families, especially single parents, even more so, where they were, you know, finding it difficult to begin with just to feed their kids and pay for housing, which is another issue. But now with inflation kind of taking off in our country and our community, it's making it really challenging for families to put food on the table, pay their utilities, pay for the cost of gas to get to and from work, especially if they have to travel every day. One of our families says that it used to cost them $60 to fill a tank. Now it's $125. So as a result, they're having to reduce, you know, social activities that, you know, they once used to enjoy with their families, precious family time to relax and to, you know, unwind. So those are some of the pressures that we discussed.
Thank you so much for sharing. We'll have someone else in Spanish if you want to, somebody, whoever wants to share what stood out.
I will share.
Okay.
I think it was, oh,
No, go ahead, Teresa.
oh, okay. Yeah, we had Alejandro and Maria Reyes in our break room. And we share how, you know, from what the picture that we took, you know, there was several, but how each one, we kind of, in our own family, we had someone that was affected by that. We were very blessed that maybe because in our journey to the diaconate, or, you know, because we tried to learn more about our faith, you know, we were okay. But just in our family, in the first page, we had people in there. And maybe not even just in our families, but people that we know. And one of the things that we shared, you know, that Alejandro said, and it's true, that sometimes if we don't live that situation, we can't understand. We can hear it and say, oh, yes, and, you know, it's difficult. But when we live it, that's when we're in their shoes and we can understand.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Very well. Rich, thank you.
Yeah, I just, we had a nice conversation. You know, we spoke on the theme of media because it was one of the last themes on that page, and it's the one we remembered. But we spoke about how the new media makes information so readily available, and especially to our children. We talked about when we were young, we'd go out into the school and we'd encounter our friends, and that's how the world came into our households, right? But I was saying, for me to get to school, I had to ride a bus, or I hoofed it by foot, and it took some time to get in those environments. And today, our kids have access to their friends in a second, and they have access to various information, and we all talked about that, and so the world can come at them. Maria Teresa was saying, though, they can also have access to aspects of the faith, although they need to know what's true and what's not true out there on the internet, and so they have to be somewhat discerning. But we talked about the struggles about being parents, constantly in our children's business, constantly knowing what's happening, and how much harder that is because of access to new media in particular.
Thank you so much. So we're going to continue our conversations, right? As we get impacted by the image of all these themes once again, and that these themes, you know, this is Pope Francis talking to the world. These are crises around the globe regarding family, regarding the human person, right? The human experience. I want to once again just put them up in the screen so that you'll be having the opportunity to take a snap picture of page 1, and there's 2 pages to it. There's Spanish and English. So go ahead and take your camera out. I mean, I think it's worth having them. I'm not sure if they were already emailed or not to you. I'm gonna give you a few more seconds, and then I'm gonna get to page 2. Here's page 2. And again, these themes come out from a document, you know, after a synod, after a consultation of what's going on in the world. What are the crises? What's burdening families and marriages? And here they are. And they're as real as, you know, as they could get. So again, thank you for all those that were sharing. I know that some of you are, you know, you have it in your thoughts and wondering a lot of things around regarding and relating to these themes.
Bueno, con lo que hemos visto hace un momento con Mario, ¿verdad? Hemos tenido una mirada hacia cómo el Papa Francisco presenta las presiones que se ejercen sobre las familias. Y aunque el tema del taller de hoy no es sobre la familia, sino cómo activar comunidades de sal y luz, utilizamos ese gran ejemplo de la exhortación Amoris Laetitia, ¿verdad? La alegría, el amor en la familia del Papa Francisco, para mirar cómo hay cosas que ejercen presiones en la vida de los ciudadanos, en la vida de las sociedades, de los individuos, y ustedes en su reflexión en grupos identificaron otras presiones, como por ejemplo ahora el precio de la gasolina y otros problemas de salarios que están ejerciendo presiones muy negativas o que están impactando mucho las vidas de las familias y de las comunidades. Bueno, la Iglesia nos enseña que hay algunos principios que se deben de respetar para que pueda haber esta estabilidad y esta armonía en la vida social, en la vida familiar, en la vida de las organizaciones e instituciones y en la vida del individuo. Y estas enseñanzas se sintetizan en el compendio de la doctrina social de la Iglesia, y hablaré en particular ahora del principio de subsidiariedad. Para empezar, es una palabra que no utilizamos y que es hasta difícil de pronunciar, particularmente en español. Trata de pronunciarla ahí donde tú estás con tu micrófono apagado y di subsidiariedad. La simple pronunciación cuesta mucho trabajo, pero vamos a explicar qué significa eso. Quisiera primero describir en esta diapositiva cómo hay 3 grandes principios que guían la vida deben de guiar la vida de la sociedad, según la enseñanza de la Iglesia, que está aquí para hacer, como vimos en la Escritura, para hacer luz del mundo. Son los principios del bien común, del destino universal de los bienes y el principio de subsidiariedad. Sin estos principios, y si no se respetan, se desbalancea la vida de la sociedad. Vamos a hablar del principio de subsidiariedad. Para empezar, subsidiariedad viene de la palabra subsidium en latín, que significa ayuda. Lo pueden ver en su pantalla los que están recibiendo la enseñanza en inglés. Las diapositivas son bilingües y pueden ver esta parte ahí en su pantalla, pero yo lo voy a decir en español. Entonces, si la palabra subsidio significa ayuda, el principio de subsidiariedad se refiere a la ayuda que el Estado debe dar a las sociedades o las organizaciones menores hasta llegar al punto de la misma familia y el individuo. Dice la definición del principio de subsidiariedad que viene tanto en el libro de inglés como en el de español que usamos como libros de texto. Una unidad superior de la sociedad no debe hacer lo que una unidad inferior de la sociedad puede hacer bien por sí misma. Es una forma de asistencia en la que los individuos y grupos incapaces de lograr algo por sí mismos son asistidos por una autoridad superior o hermana. Bueno, explicando un poco esto, ¿verdad? Podemos ver que las unidades superiores, voy a poner un ejemplo. Usted participa a la misa y a las actividades de una parroquia. Bueno, la parroquia viene siendo una unidad inferior y la unidad superior vendría siendo la diócesis. Bueno, dice aquí, ¿verdad?, que la diócesis no debe de hacer lo que la parroquia puede hacer por sí misma. Estoy desarrollando ese ejemplo. ¿Por qué? Porque si la diócesis hace lo que la parroquia puede hacer por sí misma, entonces se violentan los derechos de esta sociedad, de esta unidad inferior que es la parroquia. El derecho a organizarse, el derecho a identificar sus propias necesidades y el derecho a responder a las necesidades particulares que ellos tienen. El principio de subsidiariedad pide que se respete a la unidad menor y que la unidad mayor o la unidad superior esté para un servicio que promueva el completo desarrollo de las unidades inferiores. Y continúa la definición diciendo, es una forma de asistencia en la que los individuos y grupos incapaces de lograr algo por sí mismos son asistidos por una autoridad superior o hermana. Y regreso al ejemplo de la diócesis y la parroquia. La diócesis tiene la responsabilidad de ofrecer ayuda y apoyo a la unidad inferior que es la parroquia. No puede sustituir lo que la parroquia hace, pero sí tiene la responsabilidad de asistirla, de ayudarle. Por eso se llama principio de subsidiariedad. O sea, el principio de cómo ayudar a las unidades inferiores, ¿verdad? Siguiendo esa lógica de que hay una autoridad superior y hay luego una autoridad inferior. La autoridad superior debe de ayudar a la autoridad inferior y debe de respetar su propio proceso de desarrollo. Muy importante esto porque en el tema que Mario describió, que es el de la familia, y a la luz de las enseñanzas del Papa Francisco, vemos que hay presiones muy fuertes sobre las familias. Entonces, ¿qué está pasando? ¿Por qué el Estado está influyendo a tal gravedad sobre esta unidad inferior que es la familia? O sea, no solamente baja del Estado, sino que pasa por otras unidades inferiores como el gobierno, la ciudad, el Estado, la ciudad, el pueblo, y luego entra en las estructuras que hacen la vida social y se convierte en una estructura de opresión. Quisiéramos ver cómo más bien las unidades superiores, las autoridades mayores, pudieran apoyar el desarrollo máximo, en este caso de la familia, para que pueda lograr lo que realmente es, como se nos enseñó en la sesión de enero, la célula vital de la sociedad. Si la familia es la célula vital de la sociedad, la autoridad superior o la unidad superior debe de hacer todo lo posible por cuidar esa finalidad de la familia en los ejemplos que estamos poniendo, ¿verdad? Continúa el compendio enseñando lo siguiente. Es imposible promover la dignidad de la persona si no se cuidan la familia, los grupos, las asociaciones, las realidades territoriales locales. En definitiva, aquellas expresiones agregativas de tipo económico, social, cultural, deportivo, recreativo, profesional, político, a las que las personas dan vida espontáneamente y que hacen posible su efectivo crecimiento social. Es decir, la finalidad de todo en las relaciones sociales, pues es promover la dignidad de la persona humana. Pero la dignidad de la persona humana no se va a lograr si no se cuidan la familia, los grupos, las asociaciones y todas aquellas formas de unidad y de relaciones que se dan en los grupos sociales. Si no se cuida todo eso, pues no se puede lograr la meta de un efectivo crecimiento en la dignidad humana y en la vida social. Perdón, me fui aquí para atrás, sigo adelante. En el número 185 nos dice el compendio. Es lo que acabo de decir, ¿verdad? En el número 185 se nos enseña eso, que la finalidad que es la promoción de la dignidad humana y el efectivo crecimiento social no se pueden lograr. No se pueden lograr, perdón, si no se cuida a la familia, a los grupos y a todas las organizaciones menores dentro de la sociedad. Y el documento 40º ano que cita aquí el compendio nos ilustra el principio de subsidiariedad de esta manera. Como no se puede quitar a los individuos y darlo a la comunidad lo que ellos pueden realizar con su propio esfuerzo e industria, así tampoco es justo, constituyendo un grave perjuicio y perturbación del recto orden, quitar a las comunidades menores e inferiores lo que ellas pueden hacer y proporcionar y dárselo a una sociedad mayor y más elevada, ya que toda acción de la sociedad, por su propia fuerza y naturaleza, debe prestar ayuda a los miembros del cuerpo social, pero no destruirlos y absorberlos. Es decir, los individuos y los grupos en la sociedad necesitan un apoyo para poder desarrollarse. Y ni se le puede quitar a ellos lo que ellos son y tienen para dárselo al grupo mayor, por ejemplo, al Estado, porque entonces ellos perderían sus propias capacidades de ser y de funcionar. Regreso al ejemplo de la diócesis y la parroquia. No podemos quitarle a la parroquia lo que tiene para funcionar, para dárselo a la diócesis, porque entonces ocurriría, ¿verdad?, un desbalance y se le quitaría de sus propios derechos para desarrollarse a la parroquia. O en la parroquia hay esa dinámica de desarrollo y crecimiento que se debe apreciar y respetar. Y ese desarrollo y crecimiento debe ser un motivo de apoyo y de orgullo para la entidad mayor, que en este caso es la diócesis. Igual en la sociedad, si las familias se esfuerzan por llevar una vida íntegra y de desarrollo, la sociedad debe de estar orgullosa de que las familias están aportando para el bienestar de toda la sociedad, pero la sociedad debe de cuidar que lo que las familias de por sí ya tienen como propio para funcionar, se les respete, porque si de pronto les quitamos, por ejemplo, el salario o, por ejemplo, el acceso a los bienes de consumo, entonces las familias van a tener muchas dificultades y van a tener también una repercusión en el bienestar de toda la sociedad. Continúa este ejemplo también del compendio. Dice, la familia, la parroquia, son entidades que pueden y deben lograr el pleno desarrollo para lo que fueron creadas, pero necesitan la ayuda o apoyo de las entidades o autoridades mayores. Está claro eso con el ejemplo que dijimos. Ahora, bueno, con esto dejo terminado lo que es el principio de subsidiariedad y paso a otra sección del compendio de la doctrina social de la Iglesia que nos habla de cómo la Iglesia existe para estar al servicio de la sociedad civil. Se puede leer todo esto en los números 4:17 a 4:20 y tanto lo anterior como esto de esta otra diapositiva están en el material donde les enviamos las lecturas. No necesitan copiar los números porque los tienen ahí en el material de las lecturas. Sin embargo, quiero destacar lo que dice el número 417, dice, y lo pueden ver en inglés aquí los que están recibiendo la traducción. La comunidad política se constituye para servir a la sociedad civil, de la cual deriva. Entonces aquí vemos este juego tan importante, ¿verdad? La comunidad política es para servir a la sociedad civil. Igual la comunidad de la Iglesia está para servir a la sociedad civil. Continúo. La Iglesia ha contribuido a establecer la distinción entre comunidad política y sociedad civil, sobre todo con su visión del hombre, entendido como ser autónomo, relacional y abierto a la trascendencia. Esta visión contrasta tanto con las ideologías políticas de carácter individualista, cuanto con las totalitarias que tienden a absorber la sociedad civil en la esfera del Estado. El empeño de la Iglesia en favor del pluralismo social se propone conseguir una realización más adecuada del bien común y de la misma democracia según los principios de solidaridad, subsidiariedad y justicia. Bueno, con esto el compendio nos está enseñando que la Iglesia contribuye al servicio de la sociedad, primeramente haciéndole entender que hay una comunidad política y que debe de estar al servicio de la sociedad civil, pero también ayudándola a entender lo que es el ser humano. La Iglesia está aquí como una experta en humanidad y le enseña a la sociedad qué es el ser humano y lo define como ese ser autónomo, relacional y abierto a la trascendencia. Y que si tenemos esta visión como servicio que le damos al mundo y el mundo la acepta, entonces nosotros no podemos estar de acuerdo con las sociedades individualistas o las sociedades totalitaristas o los estados o gobiernos individualistas o totalitaristas, porque destruyen la visión del hombre o la minimizan o la hacen en una visión parcial. Y no está correcto, y por eso es que la Iglesia levanta su voz y dice, este es el servicio que damos al mundo. El número 420 del compendio dice, un clima de cooperación y solidaridad superan las divisiones ideológicas, impulsando a la búsqueda de lo que une más allá de lo que divide. Claro, debe de haber en el mundo un clima de cooperación y solidaridad, especialmente entre las entidades mayores como el Estado y las entidades menores como la sociedad civil, la familia, los grupos, la iglesia, etcétera, ¿no? Y luego pone un ejemplo aquí el compendio, dice, muchas experiencias de voluntariado constituyen un ulterior ejemplo de gran valor que lleva a considerar la sociedad civil como el lugar donde siempre es posible recomponer una ética pública centrada en la solidaridad, la colaboración concreta y el diálogo fraterno. Lo cual es, digamos, lo que la Iglesia aboga, ¿verdad? Por esta ética en el Estado, en la vida pública, ¿verdad? Para que haya solidaridad, colaboración, diálogo fraterno. Y concluye, todos deben mirar con confianza estas potencialidades y colaborar con su acción personal para el bien de la comunidad en general y en particular de los más débiles y necesitados. Es decir, si nosotros reforzamos esta visión de la iglesia y la proponemos a la sociedad civil, a la comunidad política, entonces vamos a lograr que tengamos un bienestar común que va incluso a considerar las necesidades y las condiciones de los más débiles y vulnerables, como lo vimos en el taller del mes pasado. Es decir, el servicio de la iglesia a la sociedad civil y a la comunidad política es de una vital importancia. Y en los ejemplos que ha puesto Mario al inicio de las presiones de la familia, podemos ver que es una consecuencia de tener una visión convenienciera del poder y de la autoridad. Bueno, quizás antes de ir, no sé, Rebeca y Mario, antes de ir a un descanso, no sé, Rebeca, si sugieres o Mario, si sugieres alguna clarificación o pregunta de los participantes.
This is es una excelente exposición, ¿no? Fundación básica de la cual vamos a hablar sobre cómo activar comunidades de sal y luz. Entonces, creo que ya todo eso necesitamos descanso para dividirnos un poquito, para estar listos para pensar que a nivel paroquial, que es el nivel de la entidad más local, ¿no? ¿Cómo podríamos construir esta familia de familias? Para que haya esta oportunidad para familias recobrar su dignidad humana.
Bien, entonces vamos a tomar un descanso de 10 minutos.
And I kept encountering the big walls. And I kept thinking, what am I doing wrong? The very first time I really wanted to make a change is when I was in college and I was living in New Hampshire, where I grew up, and they wanted to build a big nuclear power plant on a salt marsh at the edge of the ocean that was going to ruin the salt marsh and potentially contaminate the whole environment through radioactive leaks. And I tried to find out what I could do, and people said, we should protest. I thought, well, I can't really go and risk getting arrested because I'm in school and I have to finish my college. And then they said, well, let's talk about it in church. But we had to go outside. I did not grow up Catholic, so this was not a Catholic church. They said, we can only talk about it in the parking lot because some people might not like what it is we have to say. I thought, oh dear. And then I saw the nuclear power plant be built. And I later learned from some of the people that worked on welding the parts of the plant that there was a lack of quality control and that many of those welds were probably leaking. And I thought, what can we do? Then in college, I got familiar with a local priest and nun who were doing wonderful work at a local Catholic church. I said, wow, they're awake. They want to do something. Why is it their faith motivates them to accept the responsibility for social mission, whereas the church I grew up in said you have to go out into the church parking lot to talk about these things. So I got very interested with learning. This is through the war in El Salvador. We were looking at what to do with the people coming who were in sanctuary, remember, wearing the bandanas so that they would not be seen and identified. And we began to help thousands of people through food banks and housing and clinics. And yet the whole area kept getting more poor, more abandoned houses, more people living on the streets. I thought, how is it we could be doing all this wonderful work with so much collaboration from all around, and yet there are more and more houses that are falling apart and people living in desperate poverty. And it was only about 20 years later, I learned that there had been organized disinvestment in that community, where there were federal funds that had been designated to help build up that community that had been redirected, shall we say, to wealthy developers who wanted to build new shopping malls outside the city in a whole new suburban area. And we had no idea. And I said, I never want to be that naive again. How is it we who care so much about the plight of people who are suffering can learn to understand how decisions are being made, where decisions are being made, who is making the decision, so that our experience, what was talked about in subsidiarity, right? Our experience, what we know to be true, can be a part of the public conversation. And we can become part of the negotiation. We can be a part of trying to decide together on decisions that are going to make life better for our families. So just for you to know a little bit about me, I thought, you know, I've made lots of mistakes thinking I was going to bring about change in a certain way. I could tell you lots of stories. We don't have time today for all the stories of mistakes that I made, but have taught me a very important lesson. And because of that, I tried to find people who had a better idea about how to work together, how to build these communities of salt and light, and how to have the capacity to really affect change and to have the power to affect change. So that's why I decided to join a national organizing network that's known as the Industrial Areas Foundation, a funny name. It's been around for over 75 years because it's people who have been trying to figure out how can local parishes, congregations, and other mediating institutions, and I'll talk about that in a minute, come together in a local area to really develop that unity, right, at the local level, to be able to then say, we want to be able to negotiate with higher powers to make things better for everyone who participates in our parishes and institutions. So that's been, as you can tell by my canas, my gray hairs, that's been a few decades now. I've continued to learn. And I'm very proud of these canas because I hope they represent that I've been learning, right? And that and when I'm joining with you, I hope after today I have even more canas because I will be learning more by being together with you and with your passion and your ideas. So I know in reading some of your homework where you were asked to talk about, what do you hear about your instructor? Well, I don't know, they didn't say anything. I wanted to give you a little glimpse into Rebecca, and I hope we have many other opportunities to talk together and to build the kind of relationship where I can also get to know you. So with that, I'd like to launch into this section. All right, we've been talking about it, but how do we do it? One of you said when I talked with you on the phone this week, we need the tools. What do? We're trying to build a house and we don't have any of the tools that we need. So I would just like to start out by also, shall I make this a little bigger? Tell me, is this better? Good, thank you. So just to remind ourselves of some things that you've already been talking about over the course of this class, which is, first of all, why the parish? Why are we so focused in on activating parishes as communities of salt and light? Well, the church makes a big deal about the parish, right? In canon law, in the white here, they say the parish is the presence of the church in a given territory. Right? It's a general rule is to be territorial, and we're to really think about all of the Christian faithful in a certain territory. And I think we know from our work on the synod, all the people, whether they're Christian or not, in a given territory. And that the quote, "the parish is where the church lives," will be familiar to you if you've had a chance to look at that document, Salt and Light, because that's in the introduction. The bishops start out by saying, hello, the parish is where the church lives. So if we believe that, then the question becomes, how do we create in a parish the kind of community that the bishops are talking about? And it really starts by looking at, well, the parish, yes, the bishops say, is the heart of the community, heart of the larger community. But what is the heart of the parish? Well, I think we'd say Eucharist. Yeah. The Eucharist is the summit and the font, to go back to the liturgical documents of Vatican II, of everything else. It's where we encounter the living Christ. It's where we encounter one another as Christ and as the body of Christ. So yes, that's why we start by thinking about what's at our center. But then we realize that it's not enough to be gathered together around the altar on a Sunday. We have to be creating community. We have to be building those right relationships. I mean, Pope Francis and Amoris Laetitia talked about how isolated families are. I've heard some of you say, wow, especially since the pandemic, where is everybody? We have to begin to find people and to connect people who may be hurt. And we know this in our synodal process. We're deliberately trying to reach out beyond those that we see all the time to say, we've got to form these relationships. Because how can we possibly be asking those at the seats of power, those making decisions about our economy, about our housing, about our schools, about our healthcare, how can we possibly be seeking unity with them if we haven't built those kind of relationships among ourselves? And how can we possibly know, as you've discovered in just the few minutes we had earlier to break into small groups, how much you discovered about what we already know about the reality affecting our families? And if we had more time, and more people, which is the process we're going to look at today, we would have also the opportunity to look clearly at what's going on in hundreds and thousands of families. When we have done this work, there have been listening campaigns that can involve thousands, literally, right? Where we try to systematically understand, hey, what's going on? And how can we work together? And how can we then analyze what's going on so that we don't make the mistake I did when I thought, oh, why are these communities poor when I was in college? Maybe they just need to have some kind of service, right? Maybe they need to have some kind of food or clothing, and did not understand that we also needed to look at the corruption at local government levels, where millions upon millions of dollars coming into that city for the poorest neighborhoods never got there. So we're realizing that, yes, prayer and worship, as the bishops say, is at the center, but we have to continually be working to build community, because that's the way families can be supported, right, in their work, in what they're doing. And all these pieces kind of go together. And we can't just be together in some nice fiesta. Fiestas are wonderful, right? We've got to be doing the real work of listening and listening again, and really, really listening and reflecting together and looking at our biblical values, as you have done for months now in this class, right? You have looked at, and I've seen some of your writing, you've looked at scriptures that just say boldly, clearly, do something, right? We look at Catholic social teaching and our doctrine that says, look, this is what it means to live the gospel. we know that, but how do we put that together with what's actually going on in our communities? And how do we then put that together with what's going on in neighboring communities? So they talk about in the elements of Salt and Light, building solidarity, yeah, not just among parishes, but also other Christian institutions and mosques and synagogues and other groups in the community that share a heart and a value for the dignity of the family. So, and realizing that as we do that, we'll review this again, but you've gone over the 2 feet of love and action, yeah? The 1 foot of justice and the other foot of charity. And we need them both to walk. And we'll look at that again. So this is basically this picture of what the bishops are really inviting us and writing parishes to become. And realizing that none of this happens without somebody taking initiative. That's why Jesus called disciples and why Jesus went and called 72 more, right? And whereas the earliest Christian communities were forming, people like St. Paul and others were going out and saying, come on, step up. You've got to be involved in taking the initiative. You can't just wait until all this wonderful salvation happens. You've got to be a part of working together in order for this kind of new life to really come to fruition in our communities. So that's where all these stars come in. And we're going to talk a lot today about how do you recruit the stars? How, beside yourselves, we're going to presume you already are these stars, yeah? How do we go about recruiting people and finding people? And I'll say, we'll talk about this again in a little more detail. You're looking for the people who have those beatitude habits that we prayed about at the beginning. Yes, it's nice. They might be experts in real estate or experts in finance or know a lot of things about the world as it is. But at the core, are they merciful? Are they mourning? Are they peacemakers? Right? We look at the list, because if they are, even if they don't know how real estate law works, they can learn because they are humble, they are eager, their hearts have been broken by the suffering, they're willing to work together, they've shown that they can work together, they've shown that they can bring people together, and we walk together in hope. So this is just to give us kind of a 30,000 foot view. You know how they say when you're flying an airplane, you want to look at what's going on 5 miles up in the air. But we are also in the next couple of hours going to look at it right there on the landing strip, right close to the ground, so that we can see in much detail what we need to do very practically as pastoral workers and organizers to be involving more and more people in creating these kinds of communities of salt and light. So I'd like just to give you a chance now to do kind of a quick analysis. You can do this in more depth outside of this class today. But just as you're looking at all these pieces that we just talked about, all these elements, and you reflect on your own parish, you can say, okay, prayer and worship, what's strong already? There are great things happening, right? What needs greater attention, right? And you just go through these, and maybe for now, just check off, where do you think you're strong as a parish? Right? And check, where might you really see the need for greater attention on what's going on? And this would be handout number 4, if you're wanting to refer to your handout. So Luis, anything you'd like to add at this stage? We're just going to take a couple of minutes. So in the interest of time, I'm going to move on to the next question, which is getting into who are those stars that I pointed out on that other diagram, yeah? Because if we can have all these ideas, right? I had someone tell me just this last week, Rebecca, we would like to start a grief ministry in our parish. And we have 5 people, but it's a parish of several thousand. So part of the question is, do we have enough of the who's to get something started? I've told other stories. Remember years ago working in a parish where, some of you have heard this story, where they wanted to help people become citizens. And it was during a time where there were hundreds of people showing up for citizenship events. And you just never knew who was going to show up. And there never were enough attorneys or anybody else to help. So we had to decide, how many volunteers do we need in order to respond to those who show up? Right? So it's always looking at who, first who, then what. And in this case, it's not just a volunteer for a particular project. Who is responsible? And I'm just going to flip back really fast, right? Who is responsible for really activating these elements in your parish? And you think, wow, that's tall order. Yes, it is. But we know from teaching that you've had already in this class, right, that the responsible people are all the baptized. It isn't just the social mission committee. It isn't just a small group of 5 who want to start a grief ministry. Right? It's all the baptized are having to imitate Christ's example. And because we know from the call in Luke, right? The Spirit of the Lord is upon me. We prayed that together this morning in that beautiful song, Here I Am, Lord. We've got to be the ones to do this. So with that, who are those that we try to identify first? Because one thing that we know about what Jose Luis shared about, we need to make right relationships between people, right relationships between families, and that the parishes really are what the Vatican has called schools of communion. There's some of the earlier synodal documents that talk about the parish as the school of communion, because frankly, we don't know how to do this, most of us as human beings. I, as an oblate of St. Benedict, really appreciate the rule of Benedict and those who live as monks in Benedictine communities, because they talk about a monastery, some of you know St. Andrew's Abbey, as a school of the Lord's service. We need to have a dedicated community where we can be a part of it and learn how to be of service. The same with a parish, right? When the Vatican talks about parishes as a school of communion, is to say, this business about the body being one body and all the parts connected, that doesn't come very easily. How is it we learn to become the body? And really, it's those who have shown, right, that their hearts are touched. Those that the blessed are the meek, which is that funny word that most of us try to kind of say, isn't there a better word? Well, the word in Greek is praus, right? And those that scripture scholars have said, including the one that we used for our opening prayer, it's not so easy to find just a couple of words for praus, for meekness. It really means, hey, I am going to be angry at the right time. I'm going to exercise some self-constraint. I'm going to let my actions be God-controlled rather than me-controlled, right? I'm going to exercise prudence, is another way to think about it. So as we look around our parishes, we can certainly find a number of people, and I think you can go back to handout number 1, which was for the opening prayer, and get more of the details, right, of how each of those Beatitudes really is what it means to live that out. But one was, can we really feel their feelings? Can we feel their situation? Can we see with their eyes? And we've been instructed in the synodal path to do the same thing. Well, if you look around in your parishes, think about the people you know who are incredibly compassionate. Think about those who are peacemakers, right? Who have shown that they can bring people together, work as a team on whatever, right? People in your neighborhood who can bring people together. Those are the people with those habits are those that can be great to form a salt and light team. And again, we know the bishops have cautioned us, salt and light is not a program. I'll say it again. It is not a program. It is, they talk about a framework for integration. Right? The word they use in Spanish is marco de integración, right? So a framework for integration. And so what we are really looking at now is the chance for us to benefit from being a part of the schools of communion, where yes, each of us come with beatitude habits, right? But we also have habits we see we really need to work on, we need to develop. So these questions are really important for thinking about first who, then what. Who are the people you already know that have, right? Who else would you like to call forth and help develop? Who are those that you know who share some of these beatitude habits? What do you recognize in them? And then you can think about, well, we want to make sure people have the habits, but we also want to make sure that we have a chance of connecting to all parts of the body, right, in our parish, as much as we can, among those we see and among those we see less often. And we know that certainly in every parish, there's a whole range of faith formation ministries with the young students and the first communion and the confirmation and the youth and and the prayer groups, everybody, right? So you think, well, there's some great networks here. Who are people that already are in right relationship with some of those networks, whether it be in faith formation or liturgy? Usually a great group of Eucharistic ministers, sometimes in 2 or 3 different languages. Yeah. There are some social action ministries, other prayer ministries, lots of others. But who's connected not only to the ministries, but to other diverse constituencies? And we've talked, Pope Francis was concerned about elders, yeah, as really being the ones ignored. Well, that could be harder, right? How do we get connected with people who have disappeared from sight? Or as one deacon said to me recently, Rebecca, not disappeared. Sometimes they're hiding in plain sight. Yeah? And so they could be your Eucharistic ministers to the homebound, right? Could be those that have some connection with older members of your community, but also the younger families. How often have we heard, oh my gosh, it's sort of hard sometimes to talk with parents because we can't even meet them when they drop their kids off for catechism. They drop their kids off and they're off running. How do we make those connections, right, with parents who are doing 3,000 things, trying to balance, right, and for all the reasons that you've all talked about? But there can be, with some thought, who is connected into constituencies of younger families and into the various language and cultural groups, depending on your parish reality. You know, whether it's those of African descent from various languages, those of Asian Pacific, various Latino, Spanish speaking, any other diversity, right? Various European languages, so that you are consciously working on reaching out. So this is another little mini visioning exercise, which hopefully is something you can continue doing as you move forward. But it's just a way of beginning to map out, as you're thinking about people connected to the various ministries in your parish. This is your parish now, right? The one you know best, whatever that one is, and other diverse constituencies. Who are they? And what beatitude habits do you observe in them? What do you notice? Okay. And this can be the basis for really beginning to develop a list of prospects. They haven't said yes, right? We're going to get that in a minute. We're going to talk about how do we hold the kind of encounter, right? The kind of relational conversation with the people we think would be prospects. But the first thing is we need to have some imagination, some vision, right? For who might some of those people be? Well, they're really busy. They never wanted, no. If they're connected, if they are people that show beatitude habits, how might they become inspired to see what they're already doing as a part of creating a community of salt and light at your parish? So just want to offer a few minutes for you just to think about some names, and then we'll have a little conversation. So I'm going to stop sharing for a moment just to give a few of you a chance to shout out one name that you've written down and why you've chosen them. Anybody have a name? Just give a first name. You don't have to reveal their identity. Okay, sorry.
Okay. Graciela and William.
Okay. And why did you choose them?
Go ahead.
Who are they connected to, and what beatitude habits?
Oh my goodness. What habits? What beatitude would they have? They're part of the Eucharistic minister, And so they care for everyone, for the elderly, the young. They have love for others, I guess.
Uh-huh.
I don't have the Beatitudes in front of me.
That's okay. That's okay.
Sorry.
Good. So they're connected. And then, ¿cómo se llama? What was the name again? Guillermo and
William y Graciela.
Graciela. Sorry, had it wrong. William and Graciela. Okay, great. So keep that in mind. We're going to go back to that. Anybody else?
Okay, this is Tom, and I'm going to offer the name Joe.
Nosotros en nuestra parroquia
Just a
tenemos
sec, we
también el
got
ejemplo.
stereo here. Hang on just a minute, Tom, and we'll go for Hector and then Tom, okay? Got two people talking at the same time. Hi, Hector.
En mi parroquia creo
In
que
my parish, I believe we have Miss Gloria Villalpando and her husband Manuel. We have seen in them, they're, a lot of care in their ministry.
Okay, and what kind of ministry is it?
ellos están como
¿Y qué tipo de ministerio es?
de la liturgia y la
They're,
y hemos visto mucha entrega en ellos,
Okay,
humildad y perseverancia también.
great. Okay. Manuel, and what was the other name?
Gloria Villalpando.
Gloria and Manuel. Okay. Great. Tom.
So the name that I thought of was Joe. And the reason I thought of him is because he is trying to be more involved. He's in a number of things, but he's not leading anything. But he's trying to be more involved, and he's in a place in his life where he can be more involved. And I'm very sensitive to the same people doing everything and burning out.
Yep.
I'm very sensitive to asking the same leaders who are leading everything else to do one more thing, because I don't want them to burn out, because it's hard. So as I thought about my parish and people, I was thinking, who could I find who I think has an opportunity to be involved, who I think has that heart, but also is not yet overly committed to different things, because I'm
Okay.
just sensitive to that. So often you see people and they just burn out.
They do. And one of the things that we can talk about is sometimes this becomes an opportunity for people to say, why am I doing so much? And how might I reintegrate or re-envision my ministry, right? So I wouldn't necessarily assume, I think it's fine, it's great to also be thinking who's not so involved, right? But I would just caution us from making the assumption that if someone is already super involved, this would just be overwhelming. So I have found sometimes it's just the opposite. It's, oh, maybe this is a different way of envisioning myself. I'm still doing Eucharistic ministry, but I'm having much more intention about the conversations that I carry out with the people I visit to try and understand more about those basic structures that Pope Francis talks about, right? And how they impact them. So we can look at this more, but I would just say, yes, for sure, we don't want to burn people out, but we also, God's not finished with any of us. So we have this wonderful opportunity to participate with God in re-envisioning ourselves, but also perhaps journeying with others who might begin to see. And I found this in my experience, particularly with Ministers to the Homebound. It's just amazing what they can do with the support of many more. So great. So let me, I'm going to presume that everybody has at least one name that you're sort of just thinking about, right? And that you would be able to come up with a much longer list, because what's important here, and I'm going to go back to sharing my screen, is for us to think about, well, how do we actually have that relational conversation? And in organizing communities of salt and light, we have a tool. You were all asking about tools. Some of the tools I've just shown you, right? Coming up with a list, being able to reflect off of the Beatitude habits. But this tool is perhaps the most important. What then is your ability to establish a connection with this person in a way that really deepens, right, the solidarity between the two of you? It's heart to heart, but it's with an intention of, and this is helpful, I think many have said to me, to think about 3 parts to this conversation. The first part is you want to use the few minutes you have, could be 20 minutes, could be half an hour, to in some way recognize what you may already know. That's why our discussion of which Beatitude habits, and you'll have a chance to go back, and we will before the end of today, and really look at those in detail, because that way you can say, oh yeah, when you came, and I could say to even some of you, right? My mother died this last year, and she lived far away, and there were some of you who knew that and who deliberately reached out to me during that time. Okay? If I were talking with you, I could say, I just want to thank you again, right, for how you supported me when my mom died, right? So we've got very particular things, which is why we prepare, right? Before a relational meeting, we work to come up with that list, like was on that previous worksheet. But we also want to be reflecting. This could be with Joe, for example, Tom, with your example, Joe, or with Hector, with Gloria, or Manuel, you know, or with Graciela, William, the examples that were given. What do you already know about this person's commitment to make a difference in the lives of others? So you're thinking, as you prepare for this conversation, about those 2 things. Their Beatitude habits, kind of what you see, but also what you see is their commitment to make a difference in the life of others. Then you can use the conversation, right, to recognize that, but also to deepen, right, the dialogue. Because, wow, suppose, let me just ask for an example. Does someone have an example of somebody you know who has a commitment to make a difference in the lives of others? Tom, are you about to speak? I have to just unmute.
Yeah, it's tricky. I have 2 devices going.
That's right. So with Joe, do you know?
Yeah, of course. Mm-hmm. No, Joe is a very loving man, and he wears it on his sleeve, really. So it's funny, when you describe Beatitude habits, I have an idea of what I think that means, but I'm not sure I know exactly what you mean. And by the way, I'm learning in this last couple of minutes that what I'm doing here is not necessarily recruiting a new army of servants to go do these new missions, but rather to change the manner in which these soldiers are serving, because they already are ministers who want to serve. We're trying to adjust their perspective so that they're serving with a different attitude. There's something of that going on. So when you talk about not worrying about overburdening them, it might not be that we're drawing them into a new ministry. We're just going to help them to become better ministers.
Yes. 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 Absolutely. And let me just for a minute, because this has come up, let me just flip back really fast to those first things in the opening prayer. I think this is important. Okay, you can see these, yeah? Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay. So if you're thinking about the habit of the blessed are those who mourn, then you're thinking, who do I know that has a broken heart? They're broken for the world's suffering, for their own sin. You know, they feel pierced, right? That compunction that's talked about in the spiritual life. And then when you look at the meek, it's again, wonderful way that this scripture scholar, William Barclay, put this together. He says, meek is that really hard word to translate, praus, right? But it's the bliss of a person who's always angry at the right time, never angry at the wrong time, who has every instinct and impulse and passion under control, because he himself is God-controlled, has the humility to realize their own ignorance, their own weakness. That's the person that's sovereign. So we know people like that, right? We don't have every instinct, impulse, and passion under control 100% of the time, but we know people who are striving for that kind of balance and prudence. We also know those who are merciful because they get right inside other people. They get right inside other people till they can see with their own eyes and think with their thoughts and feel with their feelings. For they who do that find in others do the same for them, right? But we know those with that kind of empathy. And the same for those that hunger and thirst for righteousness. You know, the bliss of a starving spirit is a wonderful way of saying, wow, you long for that total righteousness as much as a starving person. And Barclay in his commentary, and we can send you the article on this, says there's a difference between being hungry, like we might be right now, and starving, right? Starving, if you don't eat something, you will die. So he says, wow, blessed are those, right, who long for total righteousness as if you were a starving person who is longing for food, or a person perishing of thirst. Just, severe dehydration, don't get that bit of water. Who do you know with that kind of a starving spirit? Where do you see that in people that you know? And then finally, this reflection is dealing with 5 out of many Beatitudes, but I think these 5 are especially helpful in thinking about the recruitment, right, of prospective people. It's those that are the peacemakers because they have the bliss of bringing people together, producing the right relationships between people, right? That's the godlike work. So again, this handout that was in the form of prayer is number 1 in your attachments when you want to have a chance to look at it. But those are the qualities so that we're talking about when we go. Now let me just flip real fast here to my next thing. Sorry. I thought this was going to work. Hold on just a sec, pardon me. So that means coming back to this handout, which is handout number 6, if you're looking at your attachments, right? That's what then you can use as a basis for reflecting about these people that you're noting down. There, and even the previous one, when you're starting to make your list, right, and you're looking at what are the beatitude habits you notice, you can sort of go back to that prayer and allow pray about, you know, the people you're thinking about, and taking the time to recognize in your own heart, so that when you're in the meeting, you can say, "Hi, Tom, it's great. Glad we have this chance to talk. You know, I just want to say how much I've appreciated," right? And you know, I can say right now how much I appreciate your eagerness and your openness to try and look at things from new perspectives. Right? I could say that just from the little exchange we just had. And then you'd be looking at, well, based on what you know about the commitment, so maybe we go for a minute back to somebody you know, or you might say to me, "So Rebecca, how is it that you've been so committed to this organizing and change for so many years? Why does this matter so much to you? Why does this seem to matter so much more now than maybe it did when you were in college?" And that's when I might say, well, you know, I've seen what happens when families don't have the capacity to come together and to influence change. I could start telling you the story about my father, who's long dead, who was a World War II veteran and who in the last part of his life was homeless for 30 years. And very distraught man, right? When he first became homeless, we didn't understand what we had done wrong as a family. It was only several years into it where more and more veterans were seen as homeless. This is up in New Hampshire, right? Way up north of Boston, way in the northeast part of the US, where it became clear that there's this syndrome called post-traumatic stress. That wasn't a syndrome, PTSD, post-traumatic stress syndrome, was not a disorder, I'm sorry, post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, was not something that was understood as veterans came back from the Second World War in 1945. It was only begun to be understood more recently, right, as vets came from the war in Afghanistan and other places, and where the Veterans Administration and psychologists and many, many more were beginning to talk about this publicly. And that was how I began to have a different understanding of my own father's homelessness, when I realized that he was a part of a much larger group of veterans who had been deeply affected and who were continuing to hurt with no one to acknowledge it. Right? Then we begin to see, well, what is it that could be done? And now many veterans associations and groups, right, are much more aware of, well, what is it that's helpful, right, in supporting people who have experienced post-traumatic stress, whether it be because they're veterans or because they live in a local community where there's a lot of violence, right? Or I've been in many, many conversations over the years with people who made the escape over the border from Mexico and still remember being chased, right, as they ran into the desert and escaping the war in El Salvador or escaping some other atrocity south of the border. So if you want to know, wow, if you want to deepen the dialogue with me, so Rebecca, why do you care so much? You know, you might hear more about my dad, right? And more about how that's helped me see more clearly the situation and the stories of people who have had to escape into the US across the southern border. So that relational meeting, right, this is what we call You might be surprised, right? If you were to have asked me that question, probably the last thing you expected me to say was that my father was homeless for 30 years. Like, wait, she doesn't fit the picture of somebody whose father was homeless, right? But that's why I know this wonderful experience of encounter that you all are making it your life's work, right? Your ministry, to be making those connections as Jesus would have encountered my father, the person racing across the border. And again, not trying to make speeches, not trying to instruct. Some of this we're going to review as part of synodal listening as well. For those of you doing the listening of the synodal process, same thing, right? We're not in there to teach or to preach, but really to understand. And that the final phase of a conversation, whether it's long or short, is to invite the person to take some further action with you, which could be very simple. Wow, this has been very meaningful to spend this time together. Could we do this again? Could we continue this conversation? Or it could be, wow, you just really appreciate all that you're doing as a Eucharistic minister to the homebound. Who else do you think would share this kind of interest? Who else do you see has these beatitude habits? Oh, if you talk to so-and-so down the street. So we begin to build up a little referral list, yeah? And we don't have time today, but there's a wonderful way of then calling up and saying, hey, I heard from Rebecca that. Could we sit down and talk, right? So it becomes a way of really making those very particular connections. I was talking earlier that we were looking at this from 30,000 feet, right? When we look at the bishop's document, this is looking at it right on the ground. What actually might happen in the exchange with the people that we've identified. So I want to pause. I've just said a lot and see if how does this sound? Is this helpful? Questions? And I'm going to need some help because I can only see about 4 of you at once. If Mario and Jose Luis could call on people.
Yes, I'm here to help. So anybody that would like to share, either raise your hand or just unmute yourself, please. Carl.
Yeah, I think what you gave us is a good framework, and that's what we got to keep in mind. Framework is not a program, it's a framework of how we're going to approach this, and that's good. So it's not so, we're not starting on the elephant, we're starting at the tail, so we could get through this. So I think that's a good thing for this whole topic. I was going to say program, but it's not a program.
That's right.
It's a framework.
That's right.
To address the issues of social justice in our church.
Yeah.
And I think for me, it helps to give a better understanding of his salt and light that didn't click, but now getting more information. I see the faces of a lot of people in our parish, what they're already doing, and to be able to define that, and even for me to help understand the salt and light, and that we are on the right path. And I like what you said, one time the bishop came to our church and he said, how many in charity ministry and how many in this? And a lot of times I raise my hand, but everything is not being done all at once. And I think each of us, know how much and when we can put additional things on our plate, and ask people. And the meek, I thought of people at church that are sitting in the pews, but every time you ask them for something, they step forward, but then after that, they kind of step back and almost invisible, but they're there. And so there's a place for each of us at this table. And I think your presentation has helped me kind of understand just this whole concept a lot better.
Great, great. Well, there's going to be more. We're going to get into steps. This is great. This is a great, great foundation. Other reactions, other questions, comments?
If I may.
Fernando.
Yes. Yeah, I love these tools. These are great tools to have. And as my wife and I were discussing this, we're thinking of people, and as we're thinking of folks, we realized that there's a lot of people that have gone away from our church, not the Catholic Church, but they moved to other churches, someplace else. But we talked about it, and it just seems like this is a good tool, even for a clean slate, for anybody that's coming new to our church or that already exists, but was not participating in some form or fashion. So part of the realities that we've seen so far at our parish, at least, is that the absenteeism or the inactiveness of some people, just because of the way things happened during the pandemic. But I appreciate very much this framework that you've offered. So this is good. Thank you.
Rosario.
Sí.
Yes.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Yo asisto a dos parroquias donde en la pandemia, por la necesidad de orar, se hizo un grupo de oración. Y este grupo de oración, pues intercedíamos por los que morían, hacíamos las novenas por los que morían, pero pues no estábamos conectados con la parroquia, en realidad eran nuestras propias necesidades y trabajamos lejos de la parroquia porque no podemos entrar en la parroquia, no somos muy bien aceptados, pues hemos pedido ser aceptados, pero lo que hacemos no es algo que necesita la parroquia, no lo entiendo. Quiero decir que sí, Dios inspira, nosotros tenemos nuestro grupo, estamos siempre conectándonos y hacemos lo que podemos para ayudar a las personas en necesidad. El segundo punto es que aquí donde yo vivo pasó una monjita un día y ella me ofreció unos buñuelos y le compré unos buñuelos y ella es de México. Entonces le dije, sister, ¿por qué usted no está en una parroquia? Dice, es que yo nada más vine porque me dieron permiso para estar aquí y recolectar fondos para pagar su maestría. Bueno, ella tiene sus permisos y todo. Lo que más me impresionó, yo dije, ¿cómo nosotros no podemos hacer esa labor que ella hace? No vender buñuelos, sino que me dice, mire, al vender yo buñuelos toco las puertas. Ella camina a veces 3 horas por el vecindario y cada persona con la que ella actúa tiene una necesidad. Dice, viera, yo a veces digo, vaya a la parroquia, vaya a confesarse, llame al sacerdote. Dice, hay muchas personas enfermas con muchas necesidades. Este ejemplo lo doy porque yo nunca me he puesto a pensar que realmente lo que necesitamos a veces es tocar puertas. Porque la gente, como ya no va, pues ya no tiene contacto y sería muy bonito poder tener un grupo donde pues juntos podamos tocar puertas y llegar a la necesidad de las personas. Es todo, gracias.
Okay. So I will just say in response to that, right, what we're talking about here is
en respuesta a eso, lo que yo diría que de lo que estamos hablando aquí es cómo nosotros podemos
how to act. Okay? And we're going to be taking some time this afternoon to look at the steps that are good to take, I would say essential to take, before jumping into action. You've heard about these before. See, judge, act is one way they've been described. I think Pope Francis has had a lovely way of saying it in some of his more recent writings, to see clearly, to choose well, that's the discernment and all that goes into that, and to act accordingly. To see clearly, calls it in Spanish, ver claro, see clearly, choose well, in the Spanish he uses is elegir bien, and act accordingly, in the Spanish is actuar en consecuencia. Okay? And we'll be looking, is our next step here, at how these people we find, can come together and in really an intentional way begin the process of seeing. Yes, maybe knocking on doors, right? Maybe setting up a cafecito after mass, coffee, however it is, right? But also building into that the steps of discernment. And we'll be looking at that, because when we do that, we have a much more solid foundation for action. And we're also going to be looking today at how is it we build those foundations for action? How is it we've got that image, right, of a house that's built on sand versus the house that's built on rock, so that we can keep going in what we're doing. So I'm going to ask, there are two more people and then we'll have to move on to the next topic.
Okay.
So
Bettina?
Who are the two people that raised their hand? Jose,
Yeah, she's ready. Go for it.
Good.
Yes, thank you so much for this presentation, because it made me think about maybe it's going to be difficult in a way to find leaders that would truly, how do we recruit the stars? Okay, how do we find people with beatitude attitudes at the core? Because we're talking about the kingdom of God here. It's a reversal of values. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we see the stars as not really the stars in the real kingdom, but we have to change the way we think, our perspective, before we can actually see, and what you're saying, see clearly, choose well, and act accordingly. So this process alone will need some discernment to take, because like I said, it's a reversal of values, an inverted pyramid, so to speak.
Yes, and remember, right, with that, when we went back to that earlier slide of who's responsible, yes, we're trying to find the stars, but we know that all the baptized, right, are responsible. So it's really trying to figure out which baptized to go to first, right? That can also reach out and try to touch, the lives and the hearts of others. So, okay.
We go with Berta. Berta, adelante.
Sí, muy buenas tardes.
Yes, good afternoon.
Punto entender. El objetivo de nosotros en el ver claro, si yo voy a poner como por ejemplo el Ministerio de Duelo, es mi trabajo, mi labor, es de ir a observar en mi iglesia, en mi comunidad, las cualidades y las personalidades de las personas que pueden trabajar y que yo puedo invitar a que ellos vengan a ser parte de este ministerio, si fuera así.
Well, a ver, ¿quiénes tienen, sorry, I'm going to answer in English, okay, Berta, because of the translator.
Le voy a contestar en inglés, Berta, por la traducción. De hecho, son dos pasos. Uno es
those people, which is what we're talking about right now, who have a heart for anything, right? And then together, and we'll get to this in just a minute, we'll be looking at how do we listen to discover what it is that is really a burden to people at this time, right? Just like you did in your earlier little discussions with our little breakout groups, right? You were looking at what are the realities that face families? And one of your breakout groups came back and said, oh my gosh, finances, 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 right? Others might, but there might be several things. Some might say, well, what about grief, right? What about trauma? What about, you know, as somebody else mentioned, media, right? So that's why we don't suggest acting until you listen to enough people. And we're going to focus on that right now, is how do we really put together a team that is then available to do the kind of listening that's appropriate, to truly understand what are the pressures on families that are really impacting people. And sometimes, right, we have to be willing to suspend what we thought we were going to do. Because if it's really of God, and this is a part of discernment, right? We have to be willing to set it aside and say, God, we think this is what you'd like us to do. We think we're supposed to do a duelo ministry, a grief ministry. But give us more clarity, right? Give us a better understanding. And so that for ourselves, this is good Ignatian discernment, right? We deliberately set aside our agenda, even though it's wonderful, to say, we want to make sure. And when we go through this process that I'm about to show you, I'll do it right now because I've talked about it, right? How do we activate? This is it. Now I've got...
Rebecca, before we move, there's one more hand. I don't want to dismiss. Let's just see what their question is. Is that okay?
We can. We're about 10 minutes behind, so could you make it just 2 minutes?
Yes. A ver, Alfonso. Sí, adelante, Alfonso y Elizabeth.
So,
Soy yo, su esposa de Alfonso.
no, I'm Alfonso's wife.
Estamos en la parroquia.
We're
De personas y creo que me llega esto acerca de cómo identificar, como dijo Rebeca, cómo identificar estas personas. Hay un grupo, nosotros estamos en un grupo que vemos todas las necesidades de las personas y vemos esos hábitos que dice que tienen, son misericordiosos, quieren ayudar y todo esto lo hacemos desde hace 4 años, afuera. Primero empezamos en la iglesia y después salimos afuera. Somos varias mujeres que ayudamos a familias que necesitan oración, que necesitan ropa, comida, y no nada más se ayuda en la parroquia, sino se sale afuera. Me gustaría que esto lo pudiéramos hacer más grande. Estos pasos que ella nos está enseñando son muy importantes para tomar acción. La acción la estamos tomando todas estas personas y tienen muchas cualidades, porque no nomás es las cualidades que son de inteligencia, de preparación, sino las cualidades de que quieren oír, escuchar, apoyar, acompañar a las personas en necesidad.
Okay, so what a great intro into what we're talking about here.
Qué excelente introducción para lo que estamos a punto de iniciar ahora, porque suponemos
are already in some kind of action, right? Because remember, when we went back to recruit, right? What do you already know about this person's commitment to make a difference in the lives of others? Well, we can't know anything about somebody's commitment unless they show it, right? Unless they're in action, unless they're doing something. And in every one of our parishes, we have people that are doing something. Now, what we're suggesting here is if you want to activate your whole parish, all right? This isn't just talking about having a little grupito here and a little grupito there. This is a vision for the baptized. This is what the bishops are talking about in their document. Activating parishes, not individuals, not just groups, parishes as communities of salt and light. because parishes are the expression of the church in the local territory. Parishes are at the heart of the local community. So that means, excuse me, I'm getting a frog, that those of us already active have this wonderful opportunity to do what Tom and Bettina and others have suggested, which is, wow, maybe we can kind of re-envision our role and use what God has already given us, right? Those talents, those gifts, to find more, those wonderful parables, right? About how do you go and find more people? How do you use the gifts that have been given to come back 30, 60, and 100-fold? That's what we're trying to do, right? Because when we look at this wonderful image that I sort of flew by, I think you're aware of the wonderful artwork of John August Swanson, who passed recently. If any of you have ever seen this, this Festival of Lights in its original, I had the blessing of seeing it. If you look way back here on the hills, way backward, can you kind of see my little arrow? If you are looking at the full-size original, you can see the tiniest little lights way in the back. Look at all the people coming. Look at the people coming from here that you can see. But there are others here that are just starting to emerge. We, right, are called to be the gatherers, right? To not be satisfied that we've got the group here, or that we have the little group here, or that we have the little group here. Or we might just go visit a few people here. Yes, that's all a part of it. But we see something much greater. God is showing us, right? Now more than ever, oh, that beautiful consecration, right? That we began on Friday with the Annunciation. Look at the brokenness. Look at the sinfulness. Look at how much healing is needed. God, help us understand your plan. Help us understand our part in your plan. We know we're just one little part, but sometimes we're so focused on what we think our little part is, we miss the invitation to re-envision. That's really what this is. God isn't coming and saying, you got to do this. Okay? God is saying, wow, look. And artists like John August Swanson help us to see it, right? In ways that might be hard to even get our hearts around. But that's what we're trying to do. That's what the bishops are asking. That's what the whole doctrine, the social doctrine of the church is calling. So when we look at this process, and see, what I'm going to do is keep it up in Spanish, and I'm going to explain it in English, okay? But you should have in your attachments, you should have it, I'll just show you real fast. You have it also in English. Is that okay? So I'm going to explain it in English so the people in Spanish can see it. So you basically are looking clearly. Well, first of all, you're establishing a team, right? Up at the top. Go no further until you work on establishing a team, which is why we've spent so much time thinking about first who, then what. Yeah, and coming up with names and reflecting on the Beatitude habits and looking at the relational meeting to recognize, go deeper, and invite all that conversation, right? We're presuming that, and that never stops, right? We don't just have our team and, oh, good, no. Because the more people start coming, the more light we discover, the bigger the team comes. And the more that people re-envision for themselves their mission as baptized. Wow, right? The team gets bigger and bigger. So we're going to look at these steps now in more detail. And I talked about we've been, consider this maybe at 10,000 feet, this whole thing, but we're going to get down to the ground again, okay? Because if we're really going to listen carefully to the sufferings and the hopes of our people, then we've got to listen with the ear of the heart, right? To the hopes, the dreams, the laments. We've got to be open to receiving. There's a lot that goes on with this, right? So then we can move on. So before we go any further, I'd like just to keep me oriented on where we are here. Yes, we've already touched on this, but just so that we're clear, we know we're activating the teams, right? In this, we've got these bilingual, which we've already talked about. We're listening carefully to the hearts of the people, right? And part of something that we've already been familiar with through our preparation for synodal listening, right, is that we know in that bright yellow circle, there are those we see pretty often, right? When we think about who it is we're trying to reach. And some of you, Rosario and others, said, well, we're not just interested in the ones we see all the time. We want to go out to the ones we see once in a while, to those that may have been hidden from view when you get into further out, to those that may have left the church, some of you mentioned, right? And to other people that are in our territory, right? In our local context that are important for us to hear. So when we think about this call to see, we're thinking about this universe, right? of possibilities. Not going to do it all at once. There are ways of organizing listening campaigns. But it's important that we remind ourselves, and for the sake of time, I'm going to suggest that we don't spend a lot of time on this. Is that okay, Mario?
That's fine.
Yeah. Some of you have seen this already in the synod preparation. I think many of you have been involved in preparation for synodal listening. Is that right? Everybody's aware, at least, there's a synod in the synod process.
Yes.
And then there's been lots of talk, right? With Professor Ernesto Zamora has a wonderful video that's a part of that module 4. And we can send this in your handout, which is handout number 8. Thank you. It doesn't show on the screen here, but on the one you have in your email, at the very bottom is the link, the YouTube link to Ernesto Zamora's 15-minute talk in English and in Spanish. It's excellent. And he helped, to synthesize these 11 points about what it means to listen. And we've already looked at some of this, going into the desert of the soul, honoring the spirit, sensing with the heart, right? Walking beside. These are a lot of the beatitude habits. Yeah. Discovering in the silence, and respecting, right? And learning, not teaching, loving, not trying to be an expert. Yeah. So if we have time today, we can go back and look at this maybe in more detail, but you already have in the beatitude habits, as well as some of your pastoral training that many of you have had, plus any training you've had for the synod, particularly where you've focused in on that module 4 with Ernesto Zamora, you will have covered this. And I just want to point out that those habits of listening, those dispositions of listening are precisely what we need in order to listen and to see clearly. Right? So with that, we went through what the conversation might look like one-on-one, right? That's this one. Sorry. There. This is what it looks like one-on-one, right? And in some ways, what you did, if you think just for that brief period at the beginning of today, where you broke into small groups and we talked a bit about what the concerns were of families, that becomes a group relational meeting. So fast forward, sorry to make you dizzy looking at this. Okay, so fast forward, this would just be a very simple way of organizing a small group relational conversation, right? You introduce yourselves, you talk about why you're together. We want to talk about, you know, the pressures on families and what you think of what Pope Francis had to say, right? You take time for a gospel reflection, is a suggestion, right? Maybe take the reading of the day. And by reflection, we're talking about Lectio Divina, right? What's the echo? How does it speak to us? What is it calling us to do, right? That kind of reflection, which I think you're all familiar with, yeah? But that can be introduced into the kind of small group meeting. And then if you have the question, it would be, we had one earlier, right? So as you look at what Pope Francis has put out, you know, which of these themes, you know, impact families you know and care about, right? What are other themes, right? So you just figure out how to be explicit with the question, whatever it is. That's why there's a star there, because it's important to have decided before having a small group meeting what exactly the question might be. Same as if you're going to the door, right? You talked about going door to door. We've done that campaign in many different times. Whoever's doing the visitation also figures out, well, kind of what are the questions that we want to pose, right? The conversations may go in different directions with different people, but we have a common starting point. That's how we're creating this foundation. And when we lay out a question, like the one we posed today about, you know, look at Pope Francis's writing on these pressures on families and see what you think. Pause. We take the time just to ruminate in our hearts before sharing. And again, just like we've been doing in synodal listening, what we do in any of this kind of listening is we go around and people each have a chance to share. We're not instructing, we're not teaching, we're not fixing, we're not analyzing, right? We're trying to encourage the small group to have the same disposition that we are trying to develop in ourselves. Because this is really the disposition of inviting the whole group to practice the Beatitudes. And then there may be time, you know, to say, gosh, what have we heard? What stood out? Remember, we did that just very briefly this morning. And to clarify next steps, which could be something as simple as, shall we come back and talk again? Or what we've done in parishes where we've done many of these small group meetings within a 4 to 6 week period, we've said, we're planning to have a parish convocation or a parish meeting or a parish get together, right? Where we learn what each of these groups has shared and we begin to analyze together. So that can be great fun. If we have time today, I can explain more of how that works. But it's wonderful to have small groups of people who may have participated in conversations around pressures on family or whatever the focus is, to then come back and look together at what each other has said. Because often they go, we had no idea. I remember I'm watching Edgar, I can see Edgar and Ramona here on the screen, and we did some of this at Guadalupe and Chino a few years ago before pandemic, where the whole concern about media came up and addictions to the screen, right? And it was fascinating because we didn't start out asking about media. We started out asking about pressures on families. And we were surprised as we started putting together everything that was said, that the business of media came up over and over again. And it was really when everybody gathered back together and they started looking at it and resonating and talking and thinking further about how all these different realities affect them, they said, whoa, we got to do something. Particularly when one of the couples in the young adult ministry, I'll never forget this, said, I have a 2-year-old and she screams whenever I take the iPad away. What do I do? And the other parents all tried to offer some advice. She goes, but she screams. And she's on the iPad 16 hours a day. 1-6. And I remember everybody going, oh, what? Your 2-year-old? Yeah, we don't want it to be that way. She screams. So it's that kind of reflection, right? That when you bring people together in small groups, but larger groups, that's what led us to say, maybe we start to do, some little teach-ins, little mini workshops for catechism parents and parents of the young adult ministry and others, right? About the dangers of the internet, the dangers of screen, what the pediatricians are saying, et cetera, right? And what we could do about it and how we could support one another, as families here in the parish who are struggling with kids who are screaming. And then somebody said, it's not just the kids. It's my husband, it's my wife, it's somebody else, right? Well, okay. We start to get more and more of the truth, of the reality, not because we want to do a whole shame thing, right? But because God wants to reveal where healing is possible and how we can be a part of God's plan for healing in this particular time and place around these particular hurts. So that's what, but first it's just to show what some of these opportunities are for doing the listening, right? And when we come back, from lunch, what time is it now? I lost track. It's almost time. We'd like to really do a practice of the elegir bien, of the choosing well, right? Where we are going to just do a few little exercises to illustrate what the opportunities are for many, many people. So again, this is for all the baptized. If you're in your parish and you have the stars, as you said, right, who are trying to pull this together, this whole process, but you keep reaching out to more and more people, out to the peripheries, those people can also be invited to help with the discernment. That's reconnecting, right? That's building the right relationships. That's practicing I can't even say it in English, subsidiarity, right? That's really opening the opportunity for families to participate in reflecting on their own realities and deciding together what very practical, positive healing steps could be. But so this next portion that we're going to look at after lunch is very important so that we're not just jumping from a few people with an idea, panos, to, let's see if we can't really open and go to people we wouldn't normally see, and especially now after pandemic where there's so many that are missing, right? We know that. And so this becomes a wonderful pretext, right? A wonderful means of showing care and reconnecting and saying, would you like to be a part of thinking this through together for all of us? So these habits, these beatitude habits, are worth their weight in gold. Yeah. As we move through this process, we use our own beatitude habits to call forth in others their beatitude habits. And together, we can come up with practical ways of listening, of reflecting, and of acting according to what we've heard. So I'm mindful it's lunchtime, and I'm going to turn it back to Jose Luis and Mario for anything you might want to add before we head to lunch.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. What I can add is just a comment that the process of learning the process of activating communities of salt and light, I think it is important to just say that that's our goal in the diocese, to have communities of salt and light, and that's the dream of our Catholic bishops, and that's the dream of Pope Francis. We are called to be salt and light. I know, I understand, Bettina, about that with the Beatitudes and everything else, we are setting high standards, not just for the people we are recruiting or inviting to join us, but also for all of us, for each of us. And those high standards are there not because we are setting them, but because Jesus said, this is what I want for you, right? So I think we have the great opportunity to not just ourselves, but also invite others to live fully their baptismal call. If we all understand our baptism, then we all know that we are called to build communities of salt and light, and that we ourselves need to be salt and light of the earth. But the process is important to know, because then when we can go like in steps. We have like a map where we can follow and the directions. I think everything today is like a GPS that is guiding us through. Make a right, make a left, continue forward. It is very nice, and I think we have this opportunity to learn this process. And then, as I said in the email, I will send you later this PowerPoint. So if you think in some parts it was too fast, you will have time to meditate and to read it at your own pace. So thank you, Rebecca, for your great support.
So hope everyone had a good lunch, a fast lunch. And this afternoon, we want to really dig into what does it mean to choose well. And on your handout, you'll see there are, let me get this bigger. There are 4 different steps, presuming that the first step is C, right? So step 2 is identifying common themes, which we're best to do after we've listened to many people. Okay? So I'll give you an example of where I learned from my mistake. Many years ago, we had a very active team in one of the parishes in Baldwin Park, actually. Some have heard this story. There were 30 on the big team, the organizing team, right? They were wonderful. And we did many things together. And one of the things was to help a lot of people become citizens. And at one point, the team looked at each other and they said, you know, we're really tired of not knowing English. This team was all Spanish speaking. You know, we just can't get ahead. Our children have to translate when we go to the doctor and we go to the post office, and it's just an embarrassment. And so we got to talking and said, well, you know, have you been taking classes or what? Oh yeah, but they don't do anything for us. You know, I said, well, why? Well, because the classes are all talking to us. We understand very well. We understand a lot of English, they said. But we don't know how to talk because they never let us talk. We don't ever get to practice. So we're thinking, right? We had identified, we'd investigated the source. We thought, wow, what are we going to do? And we said, we're going to organize some special classes. And we're going to get, the parish had a number of English speakers, mainly Filipinos at the time. We said, we're going to invite some of the English speakers to help Spanish speakers practice speaking. Sounds great, huh? Great partnership. Well, this was a parish of several thousand. Those of you might know the parish in Baldwin Park. There were maybe 6,000 in Spanish speakers and I don't know, 2,000 or 3,000 English speakers that came to Mass regularly. And remember, there were 30 on this team. And we'd already helped out thousands of people to become citizens. We had another whole process for that. And we were feeling, wow, really strong and victorious, and we're doing this really well. Except we forgot one thing. When the 30 started to reflect on their experience of trying to speak English, we thought, good, let's go. There'll be lots of other people that are interested. But we never did step 1 with anybody else. Step 1 is there, right? Is C. We never asked, gosh, how's it going as a family? What are what concerns do you continue to have? With that size parish and with the number of people that had been active in our drive for citizenship, US citizenship, we could have had easily hundreds of people be a part of listening conversations. Okay. But we took a shortcut. We thought, we already know. We've already had all these relational meetings. We've already, for years. So one of the things about this process is that it never stops. We never get to a point where we say, we've heard enough. We don't have to hear anymore. We're ready. Let's go. Right? Because this process of really bringing people along involves continually to go out to the peripheries. So we're always thinking as strategists, right? The people that we're bringing together, those stars, are thinking like a team. They're kind of a strategy team as well, right? Thinking, oh, okay. And we really ought to be thinking about going back and reaching out to more people and saying, we're wondering about what's your experience, with English? What's your experience, as an immigrant continuing to try to improve your situation in this country for your family? Citizenship was clearly one of those things, but there are many others. So just to encourage all of you to learn from my mistake, because when this team of 30 put together the schedule for their classes, this is the parish in Baldwin Park many years ago, they announced it, and we thought, oh, we're going to have hundreds of people show up. How many people do you think showed up? 30. Maybe 31. Maybe one of the team brought a friend. Because we had not involved other people in listening or in the decision making. So the key here, we're going through identifying themes, investigating the sources, which we're going to do in more detail in a minute, looking at God's dream, envisioning solutions. I mentioned before lunch, this is a wonderful opportunity to continue reaching out to the peripheries, right? Especially those who had begun to participate in the listening conversations, either those small group meetings or the one-on-ones that we talked about earlier, and inviting them, come on, we're going to come together and we're going to be reflecting on what we've heard. But it means that you as leaders, right? Us as leaders, as teams, as organizers, are constantly thinking how to go back out. Go back out. And that way, if you go back to our original kind of schema here, right? Who are the responsible? Well, all the baptized, but little by little, we're going to bring people in, right? So we've got the stars who are thinking consciously about connecting through the conversations, right? Particularly those outside the camp, those, as they say in the synod process, or out at the peripheries, but inviting them back to reflect together, and then together to agree on action. So we keep going around and around and around, and every time the body gets stronger. Another deacon I'm working with said, it's like bodybuilding, isn't it, Rebecca? You know, we have exercise for the body. This is the exercise for the community. This exercise keeps creating stronger and stronger communities of salt and light. And just like other kinds of exercise, right? If we do it pretty regularly and we do it in a way that really nourishes our whole body, not just exercising one arm forever and ever and nothing else, right? We're doing the whole process. So that's just context for now thinking about the reflection on why is this happening. So let me just go back one more minute so we can look at this question, right? Why is this happening? Step 3 is this: investigate the sources of the suffering. So if we've got lots of people involved, right, we've done this before, but we're going to keep doing it again. And we're going to be thinking of the importance of discerning action that reflects both action for justice and action for charity. Have you discussed all this in your previous months? Is this familiar? Thumbs up if it's familiar, thumbs down if it's not. I'm not seeing very many. I'm not seeing anybody on the screen. Could someone help me? Have you talked about this before? Say, Luis?
There's people that are saying they have.
They have. Okay, good. So I'm going to presume you have, and if you haven't, then go back and look at it, right? But we're basically reminding you that it's removing the root causes or meeting basic needs. So a quick illustration, and something, if a few of you participated in a brief introduction we had back in September, this will look a little familiar. If we discern common themes, and I'm using an example here, right? Other common themes could be lack of work, bullying in school, right? Lack of mental health care, could be grief, right? Well, some of you have identified that in your parent. There could be any number of technology, right? The negative impact of screen on development, especially that of young people. And again, these themes would have come from listening to, in your cases, I would say hundreds of people, because all of your parishes are very large, yes? And so you'd be thinking in the hundreds, if not the thousands. And ideally, you know, we'll get to this in a minute, that your parish can be doing it along with some neighboring parishes, maybe in your same vicariate, maybe with groups that aren't Roman Catholic, right? And we'll talk about that in a minute too. That's a part of what the bishops are talking about when they suggest creating community and building solidarity beyond the parish walls. That's one of the elements of Salt and Light. But for now, just to illustrate, especially the reflection on why is this happening, I'd like to suggest we use an example of a theme that's probably pretty common to us: people who are having trouble paying their rent. Sound familiar? And again, this may not be what you decide in your parish that you want to act on, but we're doing this as an example to give us a chance to see how people can come together to judge, to elegir bien, to choose well, right? To figure out together, why is this happening? So if you were to make a charity response, and many of you have, right, to the need for help paying rent, ones that people have shared with me, some of the prayer groups have told me, oh yeah, we invite the person to move in with us. We get a little extra bed or extra room or a corner in our living room, right? Very generous. We'll lend them money. we'll take up a little collection. For a while, some of the other programs through the government were available. Maybe we'll help them apply, right, if they qualify. But we're on it, right? We know there are basic needs that this person has right now, and the charity response is to act. Well, then the question would be, what would be the justice response? Trouble paying rent? What would be the justice response? Well, we don't know, or we could guess, but this is the other danger, right? If you jump too quickly, you might miss learning some valuable evidence. So one of the things that came up when we asked this question back in September, and if any of you were there, you'll remember it. I was really struck. Okay, so let's go to the next step. Analyzing why is going up the river. Let's go through this first, and then I'll tell you the story from September. Okay, some of you have seen this many times, but it's worth reviewing because it's so important, fundamental to understanding and using experience as a source of discernment, okay? And not just one person's experience, but several people's experience. So this is the root causes. You've probably seen this before, right? It's that, and it's going to be in Spanish on the slides. So that's why I'm doing this part in English. Kids out somewhere, kids are suddenly falling into a river, right? So you're standing there on the edge of the river. Everything looks lovely. And all of a sudden, here's a child drowning, right? Struggling. Oh my gosh, where'd this come from? And without thinking about it, the charity response, you jump in and you help the little one, right? But before you could even get your breath back, there was another child that looked like they were drowning. Where did this come from? So you jump in, you know, and then you swim there, and you bring the next child to the shore. And again, before you could recover, another one drowning. And so you jump in and you rescue that little one again as well. And another, and another, and another. So you're asking, right? What in the world is going on? And what this little show doesn't say, but is often a part of this little parable, right, is that the villagers organized a 24-hour vigil where they had rotations of people that would rescue, because it was happening at different times of day, and they wanted to make sure that there was always some adults who could swim that were on the edge of the river ready to jump in, because more of these kids were coming down or drowning, or had jumped in, or not had jumped in. They were in the water and drowning. Okay, so then some of the guys said, we're down here helping out. We're good swimmers. We keep pulling people out. We took lifeguard lessons, but we just keep wondering who is throwing these kids into the river. They said, we're gonna go upstream. We're gonna walk up and find out what's going on. And they took a lot of criticism from their friends. What are you doing? You're leaving right now? Well, they found out that there used to be a bridge that was that needed repair, and that and there was kind of a makeshift bridge that was put in its place. And the children with their short legs, right, most of them, weren't tall enough to be able to go across this bridge without tripping and falling in. So these are the fundamental questions. Estella, would it be okay now if we switched so that I do Spanish and you do English? Give you a chance to do that. I can't see you, Estela, but I hope it's okay. Okay, entonces, ya, lo más importante es que ellos se preguntan.
So then the most important thing is that they ask them,
Se descompuso. ¿Por qué? ¿Quién es el responsable? ¿Y qué acción u obra es necesaria? Okay. Entonces ya en este slideshow que vamos a mandar a todos, ya hay una traducción en inglés también, ¿no? Pero en este momento vamos a dividirnos de nuevo en grupos pequeños, ¿verdad? Para que ustedes pueden analizar. Ver es otra clase de ver, ¿no? Otra forma de ver. En tu propio contexto, aunque sea familia, parroquia, comunidad, trabajo, ¿por qué las familias tienen dificultades para pagar la renta? En tu propio contexto. ¿Por qué las familias tienen dificultades para pagar la renta? Entonces, ¿qué cosas te ha llamado la atención en su conversación? ¿Qué resaltaron?
Yo voy a hablar.
Ajá, gracias.
Los 4 que platicamos, señor Rosario, su esposa, Héctor y yo, mencionamos de que es muy difícil para una familia en estos tiempos pagar su renta por muchas razones. Primero, los salarios bajos, la inflación, la enfermedad, la pandemia, que por estar enfermos no pueden trabajar y pierden. Aunque hayan organizaciones que ayuden con esos costos, el miedo de aplicar y decir soy un inmigrante y me van a controlar y me puede afectar. La falta del idioma para llenar todos esos documentos. Puede ser también la preparación de la persona que no es suficiente para poder agarrar un trabajo donde gane más. Luego, la falta de orientación de cómo administrar lo poco que entra, los recursos que llegan a la casa. Entonces, muchas familias necesitan orientación de cómo gastar ese poquito que entra y que alcance. Entonces, esas son unas de las pocas cosas que platicamos.
Gracias.
Para complementar lo que mi esposa dijo, nosotros en nuestra propia familia hemos podido vivir eso. Cuando mi hijo se casó, ellos vivían como una hora de distancia de nosotros. Y cuando llegábamos a verlo, él tenía el refrigerador vacío, no había nada que comer y le preguntábamos qué pasó. Entonces nos decía, no tenemos dinero. Tenemos tarjetas de crédito y lo que estamos consumiendo tenemos que comprarlo con las tarjetas de crédito porque lo que ganamos no nos alcanza. Entonces nosotros estábamos conscientes de que había un problema ahí y les ayudamos a ellos a cómo resolverlo. Nos sentamos con ellos a hacer números, cuánto ganas, cuánto gastas y de esa manera ellos tuvieron la capacidad de poder resolver el problema de cómo pagar su renta y costear sus gastos de una manera más ordenada.
Okay. Gracias. Y en otras conversaciones, ¿en qué cosas te ha llamado la atención? ¿Qué resaltaron?
Nosotros compartimos con Rosa María, ¿verdad? Y ella perdió a su esposo hace 8 años. Entonces, la pérdida de tu cónyuge, ¿verdad? Que ya te quedas sola y ya cómo pagas aquello, ¿no? O la renta. También por lo mismo que a veces entras en una depresión y por lo mismo no tienes ni la fuerza ni el aliento para buscar un trabajo. O a veces también puede ser que hay personas que por flojera no quieren trabajar, prefieren no hacer nada. Y, ¿qué más dijimos? Tocaron lo de inmigración, ¿verdad? Nosotros ahora con la pandemia y cerraron la compañía de mi esposo y a mí me descansaron. Gracias a Dios no pudimos recibir dinero del gobierno para estar solventando lo que teníamos, pero hay personas que están migrantes no tienen esa capacidad de recibir aquel dinero. Creo es todo lo que habíamos dicho, lo mencionaron del filia. Pero esas fueron algunas de las causas. O también las personas que viven con tu casa, tal vez tus propios hijos, si tienen un trabajo, hay algunos que pueden contribuir más, pero te dan solamente, ¿verdad? Tal vez lo que no usaron. So, a veces también en la familia, si no contribuyen, aunque estén en tu casa, pues también a veces tienes que comer y no puedes pagar la renta. Gracias.
Sí, okay, gracias por compartir. Otros grupos, ¿qué cosa te llama la atención?
También la falta de viviendas, como aquí en Chino, en la comunidad de Chino, que hay falta de viviendas, no solamente, aparte de que la alza de las rentas está subiendo y el salario no está subiendo ecuánime, de una manera ecuánime, desgraciadamente es la falta de viviendas, es lo que estábamos conversando entre nosotros. Y a veces el moverse a otros lugares, si ya tienes un trabajo establecido aquí en la comunidad o en tu comunidad, el moverte a otros lugares lejos, el uso de combustible, gasolina, que viene siendo un gasto, además la deteriorización de tu carro, de tu vehículo, que poco a poco se va arruinando. Sí. Eso es otro de los problemas.
Gracias, gracias. Fernando y Sonia Martínez. ¿Tienes su mano levantado?
Hola, español, inglés, francés, alemán. No, me limito a español. Or English. One of the things we shared.
Una de las cosas que nosotros compartimos en nuestro grupo es algo que ya se
brothers here and sisters, the issue of how would I say that? A new phenomena that somebody observed where there's a high level of unemployment, but that high level of employment has had its benefits to some. Even though it's been a great way for people to maintain their livelihood, it's created a new phenomena for people not having enough incentive to work, and has created a sense of insecurity in their own environment and their area. It's driven the crime rate a little higher than normal, and it's created a dependency on the state. And so we talked about, you know, this analogy that you pose as a broken bridge. It seemed like,
again, related to the question, why are people having trouble paying their rent? Right, that was sort of the presenting question in this exercise.
Yeah, and Rebecca, that kind of led to what we talked about this situation. So it's kind of, I'm not sure, obviously I'm not a sociologist or anything like that, but that one was shared in our group. But I'll leave it.
Disculpe, yo no decía en español, había que preguntar a él, que la pregunta inicial era ¿por qué la gente no está en problema de pagar su renta? No era cuestión de otro tema que ahora el señor.
Well, the question was why are families having trouble paying rent? But he was talking about some other, other issues. But he kind of deviated from the initial question.
So I'll leave it at that.
Yes, entonces.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you. A very interesting example, the man from Chino, Joaquin, who said the issues with, not enough housing available. And in this exercise of the, upstream, and in particular, if we are in person, and not through Zoom, you could have a big piece of paper on your table, and you could say, okay, lack of, appropriate housing, and why? Why? Some people are unemployed, or they don't have a good job. So we could do this analysis, going upstream.
¿Cómo se dice los tributaries, right? Tributaries. Los que
los tributarios.
¿Mande?
Los tributarios.
Ándale. Ya para encontrar los tributarios, porque a veces, ¿no? Al análisis ya está en un tributario y a veces uno puede pensar, ¿no? En qué acción tomar desde lejos. Sí. Otro comentario de otro grupo. ¿En qué cosa te ha llamado la atención?
En el grupo que tuvimos, comentaron de que fue la dificultad para pagar la renta en muchas familias es por la falta de enfermedad, como dijeron también, pero también comentamos que también hay muchas mujeres solas, sin esposos, viudas, entonces eso es una dificultad más aparte, porque no hay un suficiente entrada de dinero y pues estas familias tienen pues una sola entrada, a veces es nomás una mamá o un papá y tienen varios niños. Entonces también hablamos de que también tiene que haber ese amor, esa comprensión para así esas familias, pues también, para ayudar momentáneamente, pero también dicen, una persona puso esto del pescado, que uno les tiene que ayudar, dar el pescado, pero también les tiene que uno ayudarles a pescar, para enseñarles a pescar, dónde ir y buscar otras soluciones para buscar trabajos. También hablaron de que muchos se aprovechan del sistema cuando piden welfare y muchas familias no lo ocupan y están beneficiándose de ese sistema también. Y pues nada más.
Well, y es un buen ejemplo de qué importancia es, ¿no? Envolver a los afectados, a los mismos, en este análisis, ¿no? Porque a veces estoy pensando en un señora que está encargado de una despensa en otra parroquia. Y ella tiene mucha experiencia, ¿no? En dar escucha a la gente que viene para la comida. Cada semana viene para recoger comida, ¿no? Y ella me dijo, ahora hay 2 y 3 familias ya viviendo en la misma casa porque no hay este vivienda adecuado para todos y no puede pagar, ¿verdad? Y entonces para ellos no quiere decir nada porque no es lícito de vivir tanta gente, ¿no? en una sola casa y quizás el dueño no tiene el certificado, ¿no? Para rentar a 2, 3 familias, no más a una sola familia, etcétera, etcétera, ¿no? Pero es para decir que para involucrar, ¿no? a la gente afectada, uno puede aprender mucho más de su punto de vista, porque esta manera de dar escucha, ¿no? Como si fuera en sus zapatos, como si fuera, ¿no? En su propia experiencia, es importante para el paso de ver claro, pero también es muy importante como parte del proceso de juzgar y elegir bien. No sé si me explico bien. Ok, gracias. Otra. Otro comentario.
Rebeca, en mi grupo, una de las cosas que se comentó fue que también los sistemas bancarios, los mismos sistemas bancarios, que en veces requieren ciertas documentaciones que las personas no las tienen, no pueden abrir cuentas bancarias. Entonces, ¿qué hacen con su dinero? Y pues, ¿cómo pagan su renta? Si tienen que luego ir a pagar más dinero para ir a sacar un cheque, por ejemplo, de Western Union o un cheque, cosas así. Eso es algo que salió en nuestro grupo sobre el poder abrir una cuenta bancaria.
Gracias. Gracias. ¿Algunos que en inglés que quiere compartir? Tenemos la...
I just want to say sometimes our
Yo
difficulties.
solo quería decir que a veces nuestras dificultades para pagar la renta es que ahora este mundo solo piensan en el teléfono más nuevo, las mujeres van a ponerse uñas y tener el mejor coche. Y nosotros nos enfocamos en todas estas cosas para dar esas apariencias. Yo quiero decir lo que quieres y las necesidades, no confundir lo que quieres con lo que necesitas. Cosas por el estilo. Eso nos puede dificultar que paguemos nuestras cuentas, nuestra renta y eso. Okay, no siempre es que no tenemos el dinero, pero las malas decisiones que nosotros tomamos a veces y que no nos encargamos de lo principal.
Otro ejemplo, gracias.
Let me add something on it, Michelle. On what you said. Yeah.
Ahora, permítame agregar algo más, Michelle. Lo que Michelle decía es que muchas personas, su prioridad no es importante, no son cosas importantes como ponerse las uñas, irse de fiesta, salir, en lugar de concentrarse en lo que se tiene que hacer, como pagar la renta, y solo para sentirse bien, que traen el pelo muy bonito, las uñas muy bonitas, un carro muy bonito. Para mí, todo esto no son necesidades, no son cosas necesarias, pero que ellos no dan prioridad a lo que realmente necesitan.
Una vez más, ¿no? Es muy importante como parte de este proceso que no pensamos nosotros en lo que ellos piensan, ¿no? No estamos tratando de identificar lo que ellos piensan, es lo que nosotros hemos experimentado por nuestra propia experiencia, ¿no? Es poco delicado, ¿no? Este punto, porque hay mucho juicio, ¿no? Que existe, ¿no? Que, pensamos que X persona ya es así y otra allá. Este proceso de crear comunidades de sal y luz es un proceso de dejar a uno hablar por sí mismo, ¿no? Y nosotros, dando comienzo con nosotros, ¿no? Por nuestra propia experiencia. So, is that? Yeah, Ramona.
En el grupo en el que nos tocó, hablamos con Berta y con Silvia. Decían que es por falta de administración de los bienes económicos, pero yo no lo comenté, pero estoy pensando, muchas veces el hecho de administrarse y ahorrar para la renta crea también problemas, porque si tú tienes una cuenta en el banco, el gobierno o las personas que pueden ayudar no lo van a hacer, porque dicen tú tienes suficiente dinero como para pagar tu renta, pero no se dan cuenta que tienen otros gastos, que tienen niños, que tienen tal vez su trabajo ganan el mínimo. Entonces, por un lado les están pidiendo que tengan ahorros. Por otro lado, si tienes ahorros, no te puedo ayudar porque tienes suficiente para pagar.
Ok. Quizás para, este ejercicio es más para ilustración, ¿no? Entender este proceso. Voy a...
Ahí voy, compadre. Ahí voy.
Ok. Déjame nomás. Ok. Entonces, esta pregunta era, ¿no? ¿Por qué las familias tienen dificultades? Pero miras a tu propio contexto, a tu propia familia, lo que es la experiencia de uno. Y esto toca a la cuestión de subsidiarity, ¿no? Subsidiariedad, ¿no? Sobre que José Luis habló esta mañana. Es cómo despertar, ¿no? En uno mismo la capacidad de reflexionar. Porque una de las grandes pobrezas que hay es cuando uno no piensa que tiene algo por el dentro, ¿no? que es válido. Y ya es muy importante, ¿no? de pensar en caminar junto con otras personas en nuestras parroquias para que ellos también puedan reflexionar. Y ya, si hay, supongamos, ¿no? que en lugar de 10 minutos para este ejercicio, había 1 hora. Y en lugar de 2 o 3 personas, 4 personas en su grupito, había 100 grupitos, ¿no? Que había dado escucha antes a 100 más. Esto, por eso, sería una manera de definir, ¿no? los siguientes pasos. Y para proponer soluciones pragmáticas y transformativas. Entonces, ya en este corte compartimiento, se puede notar, ¿no? que algunas soluciones ya nos parece muy difícil. Otros quizás más factible. Y cuando pensamos, ¿no? en un plan para proponer, tratamos de pensar en sí lo que hay que hacer de largo plazo, pero también qué oportunidades hay para actuar ahora, algo específico, algo alcanzable, algo inmediato, ¿no? Y estos criterios. Entonces, muy, muy interesante, por ejemplo, que estos comentarios sobre la necesidad de orientarse, por ejemplo, ¿no? Había varios comentarios que tocaban a la necesidad para uno aprender cómo orientarse para ordenar mejor sus finanzas. Well, si esto fuera uno de los intereses, ¿no? Uno del análisis común de mucha gente, puede decir, ¿qué les ayudaría a orientarse? ¿Me explico? Entonces, es una manera, después de sacar alguna conclusión del análisis, por qué esto está pasando, o quizás es porque hay falta de orientación sobre cómo ordenar sus finanzas. En este momento es muy importante envolver a la misma gente, ¿no? Para decir, ok, es cierto que ya se siente un poco confundido en cómo ordenar sus finanzas o cómo pensar en los documentos que hay que tener para abrir un cuenta de banco o lo que sea, ¿verdad? Y quizás ellos van a decir sí o no. Well, si ustedes ya tienen interés en aprender más, ¿qué les gustaría aprender? Para que ellos mismos, ¿no? identifican las preguntas. Oh, nos gusta aprender, ¿no? Cómo abrir un cuenta de banco o de cómo guardar, ¿no? el poco que tenemos o no sé qué, ¿no? Pero por eso es muy importante que uno ya toma la paciencia a nosotros como los agentes, ¿no? Como los líderes de Sal y Luz, de no llegar a la conclusión, ¿no? Para ellos, para envolver a la misma gente impactada en pensar en la solución. ¿Cómo les parece? ¿Comentarios? ¿Esto tiene sentido? ¿Me explico?
Rebecca, I think that makes
Rebeca, pienso que tiene sentido completamente. Yo sé que antes se mencionó
the idea of having a meeting. I think you said there were 30 team members and the meeting came and there was 31. It was because people weren't involved in the process. And if maybe we're right. Maybe we've assessed and they simply can't manage their money, or for some reasons they don't want to make certain sacrifices. That's fine, but we're not going to correct that by pointing fingers, by saying, you know, come on, this is clear. Until they come to that conclusion on their own, we're not making progress. And we could be wrong, because there may be other things in the background there that are playing a factor that we don't know, and we're just assuming.
Sí, en mi experiencia es imprescindible.
Yes, and also in my experience, what you said, it's crucial. And sometimes, you know, people say, well, no one asked me before. This is the first time that someone is.
Y yo he notado en mis años de estar en esta clase de ministerio que gente de pobreza, y tengo un amigo en África, ¿no? En Uganda, que me dijo, ¿sabe qué? Hemos aprendido cómo ser una comunidad dependiente. Pues sí, ¿por qué? Well, porque aquí es Uganda, ¿no? Ya los colonialistas llegaron hace 2 generaciones y nos enseñaron que ellos estaban en control, y si nosotros queremos seguir en paz, vivir en paz, hay que mantenernos callados. Entonces, poco a poquito, esta mentalidad entra, ¿no? No somos nada, no sabemos nada. Entonces, ya vamos a esperar hasta que los demás vienen y nos analizan. Y ya sabemos que hay muchos con ganas de analizar a comunidades de pobreza y proponer soluciones, y para ellos mismos, you know, sacar mucho beneficio. Pero lo que pasa en el corazón humano, ¿no? De un ser humano, es que ya hay una gran pérdida de autoconfianza. Y si nosotros en nuestro acompañamiento pasamos con paciencia por este proceso de dar escucha, entrar en el desierto de ellos, luego ver cómo vengan y nos hablamos más con otras personas. ¿Qué piensan? Oh, sí. Oh, qué interesante. Oh, quizás vamos a ir y averiguar más. Por ejemplo, supongamos, estoy usando como ejemplo, ¿no? Esta idea de orientación, de cómo ordenar finanzas. Supongamos que había gente que llegaba, oh, sí, interesante. Well, queremos ir y visitar como una unión de crédito, por ejemplo, para ver si ellos tienen una forma de trabajar con gente en nuestra situación, o para que juntos, ¿no? Vamos, porque a veces los siguientes pasos prácticos son más, son pasos de averiguación, ¿no? ¿O por qué no vamos a este banco? A ver, ¿por qué se requieren tantos documentos? ¿O por qué no vamos a la unión de crédito para ver en qué forma ellos ya están ayudando, ¿no? A gente en nuestra situación? Para que la misma gente participen, ¿no? En este proceso de aprendizaje. Y este es un proceso, como yo veo, muy humanizado. Porque la gente encuentra su forma, ¿no? De crear algo nuevo junto con otras personas. Y no esperar hasta que una solución viene de afuera, o viene del gobierno, o viene por su media social, o viene no sé qué. Pero viene de una comunidad, ¿no? Que ya tiene como su centro este cuerpo, ¿no? de Cristo, pero también este valor para el ser humano por ser una persona de dignidad, de esperanza, de luz, de sal, y esto cambia, ¿no? Cuando una parroquia puede ser esta comunidad, ¿no? en que la gente alrededor buscan su humanidad. Encuentran su humanidad por sus relaciones con ustedes.
I have one other thought, Rebecca.
Ajá.
Se me ocurre otra cosa, Rebeca, y eso es que eso requiere mucho trabajo de mi parte, ese acompañamiento, porque yo necesito despojarme completamente de todo. Okay, mi ego no tiene lugar aquí. A veces nuestro ego no crece cuando nosotros servimos a la gente, ¿sí me entiende? Y así que a veces sin intención yo podría querer imponer mi voluntad a la gente. Así que realmente es un esfuerzo de despojarme completamente de todo y acompañar a esta persona en un camino de autodescubrimiento.
Y no solamente esta persona aislada, ¿no? Pero ya está con su equipo pensando en cómo ustedes están en este proceso de acompañamiento con mucha gente y que piensan en las oportunidades que hay, sí, para conversaciones individuales, que son muy importantes, pero también conversaciones de conjunto. Puede ser para que conocen uno a otro, toda la gente, para que participan, ¿no? en este proceso de análisis y discernimiento, para que van para averiguar si hay necesidad de pensar más en posibilidades para acción. Pero también este conjunto es muy importante cuando llegamos a paso 8. Cuando ya tenemos, supongamos que ya a pasar por 6 y 7, ¿no? Que hay un plan para proponer. Pero luego hay que tener gente dispuestas a participar. So, para regresar a mi experiencia con estas clases de inglés, ¿verdad? Si hubiera un consenso, o si hubiera, ¿no? una escucha a mucha gente, y luego un análisis de parte de mucha gente, y luego una propuesta para acción para clases de inglés que hubiera salido de mucha gente. Antes de poner el plan en acción, realizar el plan, hay que preguntar a la gente, ¿estás dispuestos a comprometerse? Ser comprometidos, ¿no? A este plan de acción. Porque muchas veces la gente, oh sí, sería bueno, oh sí, ¿cómo no? Sería bueno. Y luego llegamos al momento de acción, ¿no? Ok, ¿listo para participar en estas orientaciones? Oh, no era para mí. Oh, ok, ¿verdad? Entonces es muy importante que nos mantenemos pendientes sobre todo este proceso en el acuerdo de la gente y la participación de la gente. Porque si ellos dicen, oh sí, ¿cómo no? Ya estamos listos con nuestros 100 personas, para estas clases de inglés. Ok, ya vamos a decidir qué hora, cuando comenzamos, por cuánto tiempo, etcétera, etcétera. ya estamos listos de estar presente X día con X personas. Hay compromiso y cada quien en el equipo puede decir, sí, voy a comprometerme de hablar con mis 6 personas, mis 6 conocidos interesantes en esta clase. Ok, entonces, Rich, si usted es lo que tiene 6 amistades con interés en coger clases de inglés, Rich es lo que debe asegurar que estas 6 personas se presentan para la clase, ¿verdad? No es simplemente, ojalá vamos a hacer un flyer y un folleto y esperar hasta que la gente venga. No, hay que luego ir de nuevo y decir, ok, ya tenemos este plan, ¿están listos a participar con nosotros? Sí, y para luego, cuando ya llegan, ¿no? Ya supongamos, 120 personas en la clase de inglés. ¡Wow! Mira lo que hemos hecho. y por eso hay en paso 8 también la importancia de evaluar y celebrar, ¿no? Quizás después de la primera clase puede decir, ok, ¿cómo fue? ¿Cómo fue el aprendizaje? ¿Mejor? Ya habíamos tiempo de hablar nosotros, ¿no? Con estas personas que dominan inglés. O, ¿Qué otra idea tenemos para la próxima clase? Para que sigan, ¿no? En este proceso de ver, juzgar, actuar. De ver claro, elegir bien y actuar en consecuencia. Y por este proceso crezca la dignidad, ¿no? De una persona. Encuentra, ¿no? Con mucho más confianza su propia dignidad, sabiduría, amor, capacidad de ayudar a los demás. ¿Otra pregunta, comentario en este momento?
I have a comment.
Yo tengo un comentario. Pienso, Rebeca, que lo que me está viniendo a la mente en esta conversación en los últimos 10 o 15 minutos es este proceso de subsidiariedad y cómo Dios le ha dado a todos dones y talentos y la posibilidad de crecer. Y nosotros tenemos que aprender cómo sacárselo a la gente a veces para que ellos básicamente puedan ser parte de lo que ellos necesitan hacer para crecer. Y es lo que yo he aprendido en este principio de la subsidiariedad, que yo nunca lo había entendido tan bien como ahora.
Gracias. Sí. Well, y la otra cosa que ayuda mucho es, sí, es un proceso largo, requiere mucha paciencia. A veces encontramos algunas realidades que nos hace pensar, ¿qué haríamos? Es muy grande. No hay solución porque somos una sola parroquia y no tenemos el poder, ¿no? de dar influencia sobre X gobierno o X cooperación o lo que sea. Y este es precisamente por qué los obispos de los Estados Unidos, en su documento de Sal y Luz, pero mucho antes también, han apoyado la idea de formar organizaciones de conjunto. Este es construyendo solidaridad, ¿no? Este punto ya en actuar que hay en este dibujo, de construir solidaridad por formar relaciones, no solamente entre nosotros mismos como parroquias, pero con otras parroquias, otras congregaciones, otros grupos, puede ser escuelas, sinagogas, grupos islámicos, lo que sea, en la área, que comparten nuestros valores, para la dignidad humana, ¿no? Y de este proceso de dar acompañamiento a la gente para que se encuentre su dignidad. Y formamos lo que llamamos organizaciones de base amplia. Base amplia porque no es solamente de una base de una sola parroquia, pero más amplia. Puede ser más amplia para incluir otras parroquias, otras congregaciones, otras religiones en la área, otros grupos que comparten el interés. Y este es el proceso que hay ahora en el vicariato de West End. Ya estamos comenzando en pensar cómo formar, ¿no?, esta organización de base amplia para que las parroquias y otros grupos puede tener la capacidad de perseguir, ¿no?, crecer en su poder compasivo y perseguir, ¿no?, con este poder, porque a veces requiere mucho tiempo para lograr un cambio de una ley, por ejemplo. Cuando hablamos de acción legislativa, los obispos en este documento de Sal y Luz hablan de la importancia, ¿no?, de pensar en acción legislativa como una opción de tomar acción, de actuar en consecuencia. No es la única manera. A veces no hay legislación, esta opción legislativa no es lo mejor. Quizás hay otra, ¿no? Pero la idea es a pensar en cómo formar estos conjuntos, organizaciones de conjunto, donde parroquias pueden seguir creciendo, ¿no?, en su implementación de este proceso y también puede unirles con otros grupos en su área para hacer cambio, ¿no?, de póliza, de otro cambio necesario para que sea más justo las estructuras que requieren la familia para florecer. Porque no es simplemente estamos pensando en estructuras para sobrevivir, no. Para humanizarnos hay que florecer, ¿no? Ya hemos platicado mucho sobre la importancia de la familia como una iglesia doméstica. Well, si esta doméstica ya está, está enfrentada por todas estas presiones financieras y otros, ya es mucho más difícil florecer como una iglesia doméstica. Y por eso ya me gustaría, hay mucho más que uno puede decir sobre esta forma de organización de conjunto. Y si hay interés entre ustedes, podemos buscar otra ocasión para hablar más. Pero me gustaría compartir con ustedes un ejemplo. Es un video de como 5 minutos nomás. De una acción de conjunto hace 2 años, 5 de mayo 2020. So, era durante la pandemia, ¿verdad? Era una acción por Zoom, porque en aquel tiempo no podían unirnos, ¿no?, en presencial. Y es un ejemplo de organización con que yo trabajo, que es en la área de Pomona y del vicariato. Ahora estamos creciendo para ver si hay interés en el vicariato de West End. Pero también hay otro conjunto en Los Ángeles, otro en Monterrey, y más en el norte de California, otro en la área de San José, y estas partes de Sacramento, ¿verdad? Y uno puede ver en este video que voy a mostrar el conjunto de como 7 organizaciones de conjunto. So, es para decir que estas comunidades, ¿no?, que está estableciendo, activando a nivel parroquial, puede unirles uno con otro. En esta acción de Zoom, en el 5 de mayo 2020, había más de 1,000 personas. Y la pregunta en aquel tiempo era una cuestión financiera. Era sobre la cuestión de Earned Income Tax Credit, el nivel del Estado. Porque ustedes ya saben, en los impuestos del ingreso hay Earned Income tax credit que uno puede recibir por el gobierno federal y también por el gobierno del estatal de California, pero hay requisitos para recibir este crédito del gobierno federal. Hay que tener un Social Security number, ¿verdad? Y en aquel tiempo, también en California había que tener un Social Security number. Well, ya sabemos que hay gente trabajando muy duro que no tiene número de seguro social, pero tiene su Taxpayer Identification Number, ¿verdad? Ya está trabajando, ya tiene su número, está pagando sus taxes, sus impuestos. Pero en aquel tiempo, en California, las familias con ITIN trabajando, pagando taxes, no podía conseguir este crédito de California. Y nos habíamos dado cuenta que ya era muy difícil pensar cómo cambiar las leyes al nivel federal, ¿no? Porque en aquel tiempo ya había mucha resistencia, pero al nivel del estatal de California, ¿por qué los legisladores no pueden cambiar los requisitos para que ellos que ya están trabajando, que tienen ITIN number, también pueden recibir el beneficio de Earned Income Tax Credit para ayudar a sus familias? Entonces, organizamos, era algo que por todo este proceso, ¿no? De ver, juzgar, actuar, habíamos identificado mucha gente, ¿no? En esta situación, sobre todo el estado. Ya habíamos analizado bien esta situación para darnos cuenta que, qué interesante. Hay una manera, ¿no? De cambiar este requisito al nivel estatal. Y ya habíamos pensado en construir más solidaridad con otros obispos. En este video van a ver el obispo Soto y el obispo Flores y otros obispos del estado. El obispo Barnes estaba presente, pero no en aquel tiempo quería platicar. Pero la asambleísta Eloise Reyes, que es de la área de nosotros, ¿no? Ella es representante. Ella sí estuvo, porque ella era encargado del comité legislatura que con la capacidad de recomendar este cambio. Okay. Entonces, ya lo que va a haber es la manera en que esta acción de conjunto, bien planeada, ¿no? Puede tener un impacto. Y cuando en estos 5 minutos va a notar cómo los aliados hablan, los obispos, más creo que hay un representante de la iglesia episcopal y de otra iglesia cristiana, de una sinagoga, ¿no? También hay testimonios de gente que ya había participado en estos grupos pequeños, ¿no? De escucha, testimonios de ellos mismos que ya tiene su ITIN, está trabajando duro. También hay la presencia de este asambleísta Eloise Reyes, también María Elena Durazo, que es senador y Dora en California, y algunos otros, para tener una negociación, para ver si en verdad estos representantes están dispuestos de negociar con 1,000 personas que son representantes de muchas comunidades de sal y luz, ¿no? Sobre todo el estado, para llegar a un pequeño cambio, ¿no? En esta ley, este requisito, para que los con ITIN en California puedan recibir el mismo beneficio que reciben los con número de seguro social. So, I think, José Luis, ya...
Lo tengo listo.
Ya, pero estaba también presente en esta acción. ¿Hay algo más que le gustaría explicar o exponer antes de que mostramos el video?
No, explicaste muy bien. Está listo para exponerlo.
Ok, ya no. En aquel momento José Luis estuvo en el Zoom y también Edgar y Romana.
Muy emocionante.
Ajá, ok. Okay, entonces, ya,
si quieres hacer
¿tienes
stop
listo para
sharing,
mostrar? Sí, sí, sí.
ya,
Voy a
pon
parar.
stop.
Okay. Y Estela va a traducir, ¿verdad?
Good evening, Southwest
Buenas
IF
noches,
leaders of the great state
líderes
of
del
California.
oeste del gran estado de California. Oremos. Dios nuestro Señor, nuestro mundo necesita un cambio. Así que más de 1,000 personas están en esta acción. 250 líderes en esta reunión, 75 líderes de 18 instituciones. Tenemos más de 100 personas reunidos por los valores de la justicia y los valores de la democracia. Nosotros reunimos nuestro poder colectivo para hablar de un hoyo en la red de seguridad y en donde miembros de nuestras instituciones están atrapados. Millones de trabajadores en California en sectores esenciales no están recibiendo ninguna ayuda.
Food distribution, food service, healthcare, childcare, elder care, all of these services are essential for our survival.
Many of them are undocumented, but their work contributes billions of dollars to the California economy. It is high time for their value to be recognized.
Now we're going to hear some real life examples of the struggles our essential workers are facing.
I used to work 40 hours a week. Now I'm working 16 hours a week. And I called the landlord about how I want to pay my rent. And the landlord said, you're going to get help for the government. But I do taxes with my ET number. And I don't have no help at all.
For the past 18 years, I've been paying taxes. I don't understand why they can give it to us an 18 number to pay taxes. But in this situation, we cannot have any kind of help.
So what can we do to address this problem?
We are proposing an expansion of the California EITC to include ITIN filers. So exactly what is the California Earned Income Tax Credit? It's a way to give cash back to low income and moderate income California workers when they file taxes.
Why is this good economic policy during a slowdown?
The economy is stronger for all of us when people can pay their rent or their mortgage or pay their taxes, afford health care. We have a number of religious leaders from different traditions with us tonight.
While we talk about the physical distancing, we have to also recognize that we need to also not practice a moral distancing.
We as a society have to address that inequality.
It's not an act of charity. It's all about justice, and our voices need to be heard.
We are now going to ask some of these elected officials for their reactions and start a conversation about how we can fix these injustices.
It's not easy to get 1,000 people to be listening in, to not just be listening in, but to be involved in something this important.
We have just been hit as a society by a tidal wave, and yet no lifeboats, no life jackets have been given to our undocumented brothers and sisters.
So how can we as IAF institutions across California, how can we work with you to help you move this forward?
We included this in the budget last year on both the Senate and the Assembly. And when we get to that point of the final cuts, the final decisions on the budget, your voices have to be louder and clearer than ever.
We are able to gather 900 plus leaders from across California because we have already been doing the indispensable work of building power in our local institutions and communities. It's slow, patient, powerful work. We are knitting together a body politic to act during this season of crisis.
Send each of us forth, fiercely committed to do the work entrusted to us, and make us bold to act.
This is why I organized with my community. With several leaders around the church, we've been calling people can hear our stories, because this is time to change.
This is our work, and this is the moment. God will be with us. Adelante, Dios está con nosotros.
¿Qué más, Rebeca?
Anything else, Rebecca? I think we are out of time.
¿Alguna pregunta o comentario, José Luis?
Sí, no sé si los participantes tengan alguna reacción, algún comentario. Aquí vemos a Alfonso. ¿Quieres hacernos tu comentario, Alfonso?
Sí, me gustó mucho la metáfora que puso Rebeca del Broken Bridge, del
río arriba.
Sí. Y lo podemos conectar, yo pienso, con muchos que nosotros hemos venido de otro país, indocumentados, y hemos estado nadando río hacia arriba, ¿no? Y por muchísimos años, pues, estábamos ahogándonos. Vivíamos en las sombras y todo eso, y nos podemos conectar con esas experiencias personales, ¿no? Entonces, para mí, el Broken Bridge representa los sistemas que están rotos, las estructuras que tienen que arreglarse primero de arriba hacia abajo, ¿no? Encontrar el origen que representantes como ustedes, yo pienso que algunos de ustedes estuvieron en esto y pueden hacer algo, encontrar las herramientas para que esto que se acaba de mencionar, de que las personas que no tienen sus documentos todavía, pues reciban esa ayuda, ¿no? Que es dinero propio. Y yo pienso que muchos de nosotros nos conectamos por eso. Por ejemplo, me voy a poner como ejemplo yo, ¿no? Que estuve sin documentos por casi 25 años, ¿no? Viviendo las sombras. Entonces, cuando se cumplió el plazo de que arreglé mis documentos, quise recuperar, digamos, ese earned income y no lo accedieron. No lo dieron para atrás. Entonces, para mí esa metáfora y video, pues eso es lo que representa, ¿no? Que tienen que ocurrir esos cambios y arreglar los sistemas y claro, como pueblo tenemos que cooperar en todo lo necesario para que el sistema vuelva a reconstruirse. Gracias.
Gracias, Alfonso. No sé si haya otro comentario o pregunta, una reacción al video o algo.
Can I do a comment?
Sí, Columba, por favor.
Un comentario, sí, Columba, por favor.
Estamos hablando de la situación de que por qué la renta no la podemos pagar, ¿verdad? O no se puede pagar en muchos lugares. Todos dijeron muchas cosas importantes de que, pues porque nomás se trabaja una persona en el trabajo, si están dos personas, two people working in one family. Por 18 es la renta is too high. Every county, San Diego, Riverside, Orange County. Más bien es como request en el sistema, porque si la renta es high, porque no la hacen low rent, para que everybody, they can pay the rent. That's my concern, that's it.
Gracias, Columba, por compartir su preocupación. ¿Habrá alguien más que tenga algún comentario? Aquellos que están en inglés o otro comentario en español.
Yes, professor, this is Bettina.
Creo que hay aquí un perrito que quiere participar.
Profesor, es Bettina, parece que hay un perrito ahí que quiere participar. Yo quiero hacer un comentario sobre lo que dijo una de las mujeres en el video, que nosotros tomemos acción. Creo que
the boldness to act. And on a positive note, Jesus always draws the crowd. So, there's a lot of positive, on the outcome if we have good intentions. So just be bold to act and have faith.
Muy bien, Bettina. Muy bonito el
very good, Bettina. Very nice comment. And also
el Evangelio y la práctica de Jesús. Muchas gracias por iluminarlo. ¿Habrá algún otro comentario o quizás alguna pregunta antes de pasar a la parte final del día?
José Luis.
Sí, Héctor Ramón.
Bueno, hay muchas preguntas dentro de las personas que somos indocumentadas en este país, pero afortunadamente se abren muchas puertas que uno tiene que tocar, José Luis. Llegamos a este país, pues no traes una cora en tu bolsa, traes los zapatos rotos y las camisas destrozadas en la parte de afuera, pero también por dentro traes muchos sueños, traes muchos sentimientos en tu interior, porque vienes de solamente comer frijol, arroz y tortillas y a veces hasta un solo pan en México. Y llegas aquí y te encuentras con muchas comunidades de ayuda. Llegas a una iglesia y hay una gran ayuda donde hay comida, donde hay muchas personas buenas de buen corazón y te ofrecen ese pan, esa tortilla y hasta carne, lo que no había en México. Entonces, esa es una de las situaciones que pasa con nosotros los indocumentados. Llegamos sin el lenguaje que se maneja aquí y de repente te vas metiendo dentro de una escuela para aprender inglés y ahí vas poco a poco, encuentras trabajo y de repente ya tienes tu profesión y tienes tu IT number y puedes buscar la licencia para ser un subcontratista con el IT number. Que hay algunas diferencias a un número de Social Security original de una persona aquí, pero resulta que hay posibilidades de poder avanzar y mejorar dentro de la vida personal. Solamente tiene que tener uno en los propósitos y esa visión en la vida de uno de ir mejorando poco a poco. Gracias.
Gracias, Ramón. Creo que tu pensamiento, conéctalo ahora con cómo esa infraestructura, esa organización que se tuvo que hacer para lograr un objetivo particular, lo podemos aplicar en nuestro tema de construir comunidades de sal y luz. Cómo nuestras parroquias pueden ser ese lugar donde se puede también organizar una infraestructura que nos ayude a alcanzar objetivos que están de alguna manera impactando o afectando negativamente a nuestras comunidades. No olvidemos el tema principal, ¿verdad? Que es activar las parroquias como comunidades de sal y luz. Muchas gracias por el comentario. Rebeca, no sé si quieres como redondear para terminar el tema y la presentación tuya, Rebeca.
Ha sido un placer estar con ustedes y con gusto, ¿no? Continuamos en la conversación si hay interés. Y ya se acabó el tiempo rápido hoy.
Sí.
Pero,
También dijiste, Rebeca, que tal vez si algunos querían conversar, podrían hacerlo, seguir conversando sobre alguno de los puntos. ¿Podrías explicar un poquito más?
Solamente esto, si hay interés en hablar más sobre los detalles, ¿no? de cómo utilizar estas herramientas para construir comunidades de sal y luz en sus propias parroquias y pensar en cómo ser parte ayudar a formar parte de un conjunto más grande. Hay varias oportunidades en la diócesis de San Bernardino, depende de dónde está su parroquia.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, Rebeca. Voy a entrar a las partes finales de cómo conectar esto con las actividades que hacemos, como las lecturas, la tarea y la visión de la doctrina social de la Iglesia. Pero antes, Mario, no sé si tú tienes algún comentario o lo quieres hacer cuando... Por favor, siéntete libre.
Sí, creo que está excelente, ¿verdad? Lo que hemos escuchado hoy y como se nos está invitando, ¿verdad? Es algo que podemos aplicar en nuestras parroquias, pero también en las diferentes áreas de sus ministerios, ¿verdad? El reclutar de cierta forma, pero no reclutar simplemente para agregar más cuerpos a un ministerio, sino que cómo continuar con la antorcha y poder traspasar esa pasión y ayudarnos y luchar por algo en común, ¿verdad? En nuestras comunidades. Así que, como dicen, si están interesados, sigan buscando, hay oportunidades. Aquí que los esperamos y gracias por estar presente el día de hoy. Gracias, José Luis.
Sí, Mario, al contrario, gracias a ti. Bueno, voy a compartir aquí mi pantalla para mirar unos puntos finales, ¿verdad? Por ejemplo, aquí en el PowerPoint vemos que la parte del juzgar que nos explicó Rebeca, y en general todo el método, ¿verdad?, de ver, juzgar y actuar. Cómo juzgar es una disciplina que nos ayuda a leer los signos de los tiempos, puesto que estamos analizando qué pasa y por qué está pasando, ¿verdad? Y Jesús se quejó con los escribas y fariseos porque podían adivinar el clima, pero no eran capaces de entender las acciones de Dios en medio de ellos. Y eso le molestó mucho a él, que nosotros somos capaces de mirar ciertas cosas, pero no podemos ver cómo Dios nos está hablando de una manera específica a través de temas que están impactando a la comunidad. Y nosotros, en lugar de afrontar esos desafíos, nos pasamos el tiempo haciendo cosas que no tienen sentido. Y el método también nos ayuda a crear experiencia. Yo creo que todos al terminar este taller podemos decir, oh, yo necesitaba una orientación para poder ver cómo llevar a la práctica todo lo que estoy aprendiendo. Hemos ganado experiencia definitivamente. Pues la experiencia, como dice aquí, es una de las fuentes principales de la doctrina social de la Iglesia y también de la ética cristiana. Nuestra ética, que nos lleva a una manera específica de vivir de acuerdo con el Evangelio y la doctrina de la Iglesia, esa ética también se va formando por la experiencia que vamos teniendo. Muchas veces actuamos con una ética muy limitada por la ignorancia y porque no hemos tenido la experiencia de poder entender la profundidad de estos temas, ¿verdad? Muy importante. Entonces, aquí me detengo un poco en las fuentes principales de la doctrina social de la Iglesia, que las hemos repetido varias veces, como en Sal y Luz y en Caridad y Justicia, pero ahora de manera particular conectándolas al tema de activar comunidades de sal y luz. Las fuentes que utiliza la Iglesia para traer todas estas enseñanzas son, desde luego, la Sagrada Escritura, porque ahí se codificó lo que Dios nos ha revelado, es decir, su voluntad para nosotros. Y luego la ley natural, o sea, dentro del universo, dentro del orden de la creación, Dios puso unas leyes, incluyendo las leyes para la vida y el desarrollo del ser humano. Y en esas leyes naturales, allí está lo que también Dios quiere para nosotros. Por ejemplo, el respeto de la vida, el cuidado de la creación, la dignidad humana, el bien común, la justicia, la comunión, la solidaridad, todas estas enseñanzas y principios también se encuentran en la ley natural. No podemos decir que una persona que no es católico va a ser una persona sin valores y sin ética. También puede encontrar valores y ética que vienen de la ley natural presente en su corazón y en la creación misma. El otro punto de donde viene la fuente de la doctrina social de la Iglesia es la tradición, porque la tradición nos va comunicando, como dice el credo, una iglesia que es santa, católica y apostólica, es decir, una tradición que se remonta a los apóstoles, es decir, aquellos que tuvieron la experiencia de primera mano de caminar con Jesús y de recibir de él la enseñanza, por ejemplo, la enseñanza de hoy de las bienaventuranzas. El teólogo William Barclay, que nos enseñó hoy las bienaventuranzas, dice que es muy probable que cuando Jesús enseñó el sermón de la montaña, especialmente la sección de las bienaventuranzas, tal vez duró por lo menos una semana enseñándoles todo esto a los discípulos. Nuestra fe se basa en una tradición. Antes de que la Biblia existiera, existió primero la tradición, y la tradición nos trajo toda esta riqueza y se va desarrollando como una acción del Espíritu Santo en el mundo y en la vida de la Iglesia. La otra fuente de la doctrina social y la ética cristiana, que viene en número 4, es la experiencia de la que ya hablé hace un momento, y la estamos haciendo juntos y estamos sin duda descubriendo que en esta experiencia se correlacionan la Sagrada Escritura, la Sagrada Tradición, la ley natural, ¿verdad? Y todas estas experiencias de ir edificándonos unos a otros. Y ahí viene la explicación que lo van a tener también en el PowerPoint. Luego queríamos ver cómo conectar todas estas enseñanzas, ¿verdad?, con el ejercicio de las tareas que nosotros hacemos o que les encargamos nosotros que puedan ustedes hacer. Ahora, para cada taller, voy a compartir ¿cómo se dice? El esquema que usamos para las tareas, para que ustedes vean cómo en las tareas tratamos de hacer eso. Tratamos de que todos estos elementos de la doctrina social de la iglesia y las enseñanzas que van conectadas con la enseñanza social, las vamos repitiendo en cada taller para que primero tengamos una secuencia lógica clara y profunda, y segundo, esté basado firmemente en esta rica tradición de la iglesia. Entonces, empezamos diciendo, ¿verdad?, que todos los bautizados son llamados, no solamente el padre o el líder o el coordinador o la monjita o el administrador, sino que todos los bautizados somos llamados a leer los signos de los tiempos, como nos lo enseña también la Constitución sobre la Iglesia en el Concilio Vaticano II, pero el Evangelio y muchas fuentes nos repiten la importancia de saber leer los signos de los tiempos, de lo que Dios nos habla en los acontecimientos y las personas. Luego, todos los bautizados estamos llamados a interpretar los signos de los tiempos a la luz del Evangelio. ¿Qué es lo que fue la enseñanza de Jesús, la práctica de Jesús, el ministerio de Jesús, el ejemplo de Jesús y de los apóstoles? Y luego todos los bautizados estamos llamados a continuar la misión de Jesús de construir el reino de Dios. Y ese gran mandamiento final de Jesús, vayan por todo el mundo y enseñen a cumplir todo lo que yo les he enseñado. Es una tarea de todos los bautizados. Entonces, ¿qué significa leer los signos de los tiempos? Pues significa que debemos aclarar la verdad. O sea que con todo lo que estamos aprendiendo, juntos aprendemos a encontrar la verdad. A encontrar la verdad y luego decir cómo esta verdad ilumina nuestras vidas y nuestros ministerios y nuestras comunidades. Todo con la finalidad, pues, de comprender cuál es el plan de Dios en este momento particular de la historia. Y después que encontramos la verdad y la relacionamos con el plan de Dios para nosotros hoy, entonces, ¿cómo somos llamados a actuar según las preferencias de Dios? Si esto es lo que Dios quiere para nosotros, porque ya lo vimos en los signos de los tiempos, entonces hay que actuar de acuerdo a lo que Dios quiere para nosotros. Y después vienen como unos requisitos para poder clarificar la verdad y encontrarla juntos y adherirnos a ella. Primero dice que debemos de estar disponibles para escuchar a Dios hablar. Nuevamente el tema de la escucha viene resaltando aquí como una cualidad fundamental para poder encontrar la verdad. Saber escuchar a Dios, estar disponibles. ¿Y cómo podemos estar disponibles para escuchar a Dios hablar? Bueno, aquí dice, aquí dice que a través de encuentros profundos con los directamente involucrados. Bueno, encuentros profundos entre nosotros que estamos haciendo juntos este camino. Creo que durante todos estos talleres hemos tenido encuentros profundos entre nosotros, nos vamos conociendo, pero también aquellos que están con nosotros como nuestra pareja o nuestros seres queridos o aquellos con los que celebramos la fe y desde luego aquellos que forman parte de nuestra comunidad. Cuando creamos con ellos una verdadera comunión en diálogo, en confianza, entonces vamos juntos descubriendo la verdad. Segundo, a través de la lectura de las Santas Escrituras. Hay que leer las Escrituras juntos para descubrir cómo Dios nos está hablando, pero hablando a nuestros contextos específicos. Luego, a través de documentos fundamentales de la doctrina social de la Iglesia. No podemos nosotros profundizar en estos temas si no vamos a las fuentes. Y la fuente de la doctrina social está en los documentos de la doctrina social de la Iglesia. En el primer taller, cuando empezamos este curso, hablamos de esos 16 documentos, por lo menos, que conforman el cuerpo central de la doctrina social de la Iglesia, y cómo las enseñanzas que desde el Papa León XIII con la encíclica Rerum Novarum hasta Fratelli Tutti con el Papa Francisco, todos esos principios de alguna manera están desarrollados, están delineados y explicados en el compendio de la doctrina social de la Iglesia. Por eso es tan importante que en cada tarea veamos como ese gran recurso las lecturas del compendio de la doctrina social de la Iglesia. Y luego ir a las fuentes secundarias que pueden ayudarnos a interpretar las escrituras, la doctrina social de la Iglesia y también las realidades actuales. Es decir, es como cuando nosotros estábamos en los inicios de nuestra conversión y no entendíamos la Biblia. ¿Qué hacíamos? Buscábamos un librito que hablara de cómo leer la Biblia, o fuimos a un pequeño curso de Biblia, o nos unimos a un grupo bíblico, o unas pláticas en la iglesia, y de esa manera fue como empezamos a conocer la Escritura. Es decir, a través de fuentes secundarias que nos ayudan a interpretar. Entonces tenemos los libros de texto, tenemos autores que saben de la doctrina social, tenemos videos, tenemos recursos, tenemos gráficas, tenemos cosas que nos ayudan, ¿verdad?, a profundizar y a interpretar la doctrina social y las escrituras. Luego, a través del diálogo con quienes pueden tener diferentes puntos de vista. Es a través de los diálogos que también nosotros vamos clarificando todas estas enseñanzas. Si nosotros solamente las aprendemos y nos quedamos con ellas, es muy difícil que las podamos comunicar. Necesitamos dialogar para poderlo compartir, para poder ver los puntos de vista y para poder iluminar y ser iluminados. A través de la oración continua, personal y comunitaria, por eso se habla mucho al final de cada tarea. Bueno, ¿y tu oración va cambiando? La oración que haces te va llevando a entender estos principios de la doctrina social de la Iglesia y a alinearte con ellos, a aceptarlos en tu vida o no, ¿verdad? Y no solo la oración personal, sino también la oración comunitaria, ¿verdad? ¿Será que tenemos que cambiar la forma como rezamos, o estamos rezando bien, o debemos de hacer ajustes para que esa oración nos conduzca a ese encuentro con la Escritura, con la tradición, con la doctrina social de la Iglesia, ¿verdad?, y nos lleve a este tipo de acción? Bueno, y ya después todo esto se aplica, todo esto lo aplicamos según el tema que estamos aprendiendo en cada taller. Pues hemos llegado al final, y quisiera ver si Mario o Rebeca tienen un comentario final antes de que yo ponga la oración conclusiva. Mario o Rebeca.
Go ahead, Rebecca. I'm good. Yo estoy bien.
Yo también.
Muy bien. Bueno, hermanos y hermanas, pues vamos a hacer la oración conclusiva y luego doy el anuncio final. Bueno, voy a pedir a Mario, si tú nos puedes ayudar a leer la oración en inglés, y todos los demás, los participantes, la vamos siguiendo contigo en voz baja. Y luego, si tú, Rebeca, nos ayudas a hacer la oración en español y nosotros la vamos siguiendo en voz baja. Espero no sea muy difícil para ti. ¿Nos ayudas, Mario, por favor?
Happens to all of us, right? I had myself muted. Okay.
Oh, gracias, Mario. Yo pensé que era el
Yes.
sistema.
No, fui yo. It was me. So we're going to start the closing prayer. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
Dear God, our Father, I am humble that you consider me worthy to be used in ways big and small to accomplish your will here on earth. Help me respond without hesitation wherever I am, perceive your voice calling me into action. Though the distractions of everyday life allow me to hear your call and follow you always. In those moments when we are tempted to doubt your call on our lives or our ability to carry out the plans you have laid before us, strengthen us by your Holy Spirit. May your Spirit move in us and renew us. Help us to overcome the doubts, pressures, and hardships that will plague us as we trudge behind Jesus' path. Bless our choices, guide our reactions. Help us to love those in most need, that with the gift and talents you have given us, we may be able to contribute to the growth of your range of justice, peace, and happiness. Lord, take our hands and guide our 2 feet to practice of charity and justice, that my parish community be enriched with my gifts as I develop my skills and gratitude habits. Support, I beg you, my constant inner conversation to you so that I can develop a heart like yours, eager to love and serve, that together with my brothers, may we discover your will to make of our parishes communities of salt and light. Your Son Jesus told us, wherever you ask the Father in my name, he will give you. Listen, then, to the prayers that we offer you in the name of Jesus, in the unity of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Me permito hacer yo la oración en español para no presionar ahora a Rebeca. Querido Dios, Padre nuestro, me siento honrado de que me consideres digno o digna de ser utilizado en formas grandes y pequeñas para cumplir tu voluntad aquí en la tierra. Ayúdame a responder sin dudar cada vez que percibo tu voz que me llama a la acción. A través de las distracciones de la vida cotidiana, permíteme escuchar tu llamada y seguirte siempre. En esos momentos cuando estamos tentados a dudar de tu llamado en nuestras vidas o de nuestra capacidad para llevar a cabo los planes que nos has planteado, fortalécenos con tu Espíritu Santo. Que tu Espíritu se mueva en nosotros y nos renueve. Ayúdanos a superar las dudas, presiones y dificultades que nos plagarán mientras caminamos por el camino de Jesús. Bendice nuestras elecciones, guía nuestras reacciones, ayúdanos a amar a los más necesitados, que con los dones y talentos que nos has dado podamos contribuir al crecimiento de tu reino de justicia, paz y felicidad. Señor, toma nuestras manos y guía nuestros 2 pies hacia la práctica de la caridad y la justicia. Que mi comunidad parroquial se enriquezca con mis dones a medida que desarrolle mis habilidades y hábitos de bienaventuranza. Apoya, te lo ruego, mi constante conversión interna hacia ti, para que pueda desarrollar un corazón como el tuyo, ansioso por amar y servir. Que junto con mis hermanos y hermanas descubramos tu voluntad de hacer de nuestras parroquias comunidades de sal y luz. Tu Hijo Jesús nos dijo, lo que le pidan al Padre en mi nombre, Él se los dará. Escucha pues la oración que te ofrecemos en el nombre de Jesús y en la unidad del Espíritu Santo. Y aquí añadimos también, pues que nuestras familias también sean familias de sal y luz, y que nuestras vidas personales sean sal y luz para el mundo, y que a través del servicio de la iglesia a la sociedad y a la comunidad política puedan venir negociaciones y tiempos mejores para superar la guerra y las injusticias, particularmente los conflictos que vemos ahora, como el de Ucrania y Rusia, y otros que hay en el mundo, y para que ya no haya más. Y que nuestras estructuras y también nuestra diócesis y cualquier otra organización, por la misericordia de Dios, también se conviertan en organizaciones de sal y luz, en estructuras de sal y luz, en canales para esta fuerza redentora del Espíritu Santo. Gracias, Señor, por este taller, y en tus manos nos ponemos para que lo que hemos aprendido, como decían los discípulos, arda en nuestros corazones, y que con ese ardor que llevemos en nuestros corazones podamos contar a otros lo grande y lo misericordioso que ha sido con nosotros. Por todo ello te decimos: gloria al Padre y al Hijo y al Espíritu Santo, como era en el principio, ahora y siempre, por los siglos de los siglos. Amén. Y pedimos a María Santísima siga intercediendo por la Iglesia y el mundo. Bajo tu amparo nos acogemos, Santa Madre de Dios. No desprecies las oraciones que te dirigimos en nuestras necesidades. Antes bien, líbranos de todos los peligros, oh Virgen gloriosa y bendita. Ruega por nosotros, Santa Madre de Dios, para que seamos dignos de alcanzar las gracias y promesas de nuestro Señor Jesucristo. Amén. En el nombre del Padre, del Hijo y del Espíritu Santo. Amén. Muchas gracias, hermanos. Nuestro siguiente taller va a ser el domingo 24 de abril sobre el tema de la solidaridad. Pues deseo que tengan un buen cierre del tiempo de Cuaresma, que se va a llevar a cabo antes del siguiente taller, y en medio quedará la gran fiesta de la Pascua. Pues les deseo una feliz y santa Pascua.